Welcome to the countdown. While you wait for the show to begin, try to relax, grab a drink, sit down, and just enjoy the music.
Yeah. Ooh, whoa.
Don't Christina it out.
Okay.
A little bit of land goes a long, long way. If you believe everything is okay, a little bit of land goes a long, long way. Sign the lease, bring the rigs today. Everybody say money, money, more money.
She looks metallic.
Though I can't quite recall overnight sensation.
And I did the intro and forgot to switch on my microphone. Because I'm an idiot. Of course. Welcome to The Chop, our weekly review for RuPaul's Drag Race. Tonight we have Season 14, Episode 5. And my streaming software is already stroking, telling me that I don't have enough connection. So if there is any kind of problem, please let me know. I'm keeping an eye on the chat. But somehow, something doesn't seem to work quite right tonight. And it might be because I actually enabled the mousy cam. So we will have to see about that. Now, for the moment, let me disable it, and let's hope that everything works properly. Good Lord. Okay, so where are we? How do I temporarily stop it? Let's see. Let's try it like this. Nope, let's unplug it. Much easier. Good. Okay, so let's greet the chat and then we begin with the review. Who do we have? Metalhead Girl, Blazing, Leticia Santiago, Johnny Boy Toy, Tukia, Caro, Jackna, Radio Valera, Christos, Sen, Levi, Mrs. G, Celeste, Angel Ham, Orky Dude, Nora, May Duff, Vanessa, Fantasia, Santiago Nova, George, Joey, Jamie C, C0P8, Rebecca, Felicia, Mario, Maria Belen, Norveg, Emily, Sasha, Brian, Orca, Galactic Knight, Frank Kemper, Felix, Noble Ward, Gothboy UK, Low4, AHYC, Zoe, Sing Blue Silver, Angel M, D15, and everybody else that joined in right now. Thank you so much for joining me this week and stroking with me over how strange this drag race seems to be. Now, meanwhile, I hope the connection got a little better. I need to thank Vanessa that sent us a $5 super chat like 5 minutes before the live stream started. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. If you want to leave super chats for supporting the channel, of course, they are welcome. If you cannot afford it, no worries. At top RPDR videos, the comments will be highlighted for me, and I will keep an eye on the screen so that I can go to your comments from time to time. And also we have a Patreon. If you would like to support the channel, there is that as well. And there is a link in the description. Now, yes, stroking. Law for AHYC, yes. Everything is a little bit stroking tonight. So I really hope the connection is getting better, because otherwise it's going to be a real struggle tonight. Sorry I've been late for episode 4. It actually came out on Saturday? Yeah, on Saturday. It was like as late as possible because I really wanted to get out that video about Alyssa as soon as possible so that it could clear out some things and also give her a little bit more exposure because she really was done dirty. So I prioritized all of that. Now, for the mice update, the mousies are doing well. When we go to the Kiki time later on, I'll switch on the mousy cam, so at least you have something to look at. And while we do that, we will also talk about Drag Race UK versus the world. After the review for episode 5, not before, otherwise I will get completely crazy and triggered because, I mean, we'll get to it. We will get to it. Orca, I guess we can't have a season without a big girl getting in. Oh, you don't tell me. You don't tell me. That is the first thing that I thought. Already on Canada season 2, I was like, this is not normal. This is not normal. But this is what we get. So, let's start the review for tonight and keep it brief, keep it cute, and let's try to condense everything together as best as possible. Spaghetti, will the UK versus the world part be uploaded somewhere? No, I will talk about it during the live streams. Then maybe if I have time, I will release a standalone episode once the season is like midway there. Just to give my 2 cents and have like an easy 10-15 minutes video that people can watch to get an idea of what I think about it. But of course we can talk about it during the live streams because I'm actually watching it. So let's begin. Welcome to the shop, and in this episode we have a rip in the fabric of space-time caused by the early exit of Cornbread from the competition. Then we have a mini challenge which is incredible. Tempest, James, and Kamora are back for an okay challenge. We have a questionable runway, the cryptiques, and the art of pressuring queens to become confrontational during Untucked, with extra special guest star Deja. Then we have an unnecessarily over-edited lip sync. I hope you all noticed what was going on in there. And then at the end, of course, confessional chart, speculations, and some new predictions for the top 4, because Cornbread went out of the season. I don't know. There are some rumors that maybe she eliminated herself. She just withdrew from the competition. I think they are rumor. We all saw that her ankle was basically busted when they showed it. Nevertheless, she was my pick for the win. And this is what we got. This is what we got. So, how was this episode? Well, it was kind of okay. We are back to our old predictable edit since the very beginning, actually, and it's clear who the bottom is going to be, who is going to go home. Jasmine edit softened up, and Deja was thrown under the bus by production, allegedly, of course. So nobody saw Jasmine's edit rising back again. Am I right? That's exactly what I've been doing the last season. It goes up, and then it goes down. So next episode, it's probably going to go down again. Nerdigans, Cornbread confirmed she had an airline fracture in her ankle. Thank you. Thank you so much for saying it and putting away the rumors. Let's get a little bit of liquid energy. Because, of course, we always need a little bit of this. Luis Felipe, do we need 20 confessionals during the lip sync? I like that you're keeping attentive. Very well, very well. D15, they should call it RuPaul's ankle knee injury race. How fast can your fat ass twist its ankle? Well, sometimes you can really see that there was something not really done properly during production. I don't know what was Cornbread's deal, but for what I can say for Canada, the pool in which the queens had to jump in wasn't really that deep. That's probably what was the problem of the surgery. But for what happened to Victoria Scone in UK and what happened to Cornbread, it's mostly that, guys, you have to realize if you're big, you can be happy about it, but you don't have the mobility of a thin bitch. So if you try to do a little bit too much because the challenge requires you to do it, because you want to give it your all, because, you know, you want to pop on the screen, then you risk popping your ankle and popping your knee. I mean, it's inevitable. It comes with, you know, being a fat fuck like me. I should know it because I cannot even, you know, go 3 rounds of stairs anymore. That's just, I mean, when you're big, you cannot do anything about it. So, let's start with our review. It's a new day in the workroom, and the effects of Cornbread leaving are already reverberating back and forwards in time. You know, you have the fabric of space-time that it's completely ripped, because immediately we have a temporal incursion from Bosco, the version of Bosco that I like to call Fancy Hair Bosco. She has had temporal incursions in episode 1, episode 4, episode 5, and probably even in episode 3, because I didn't make a confessional chart for that episode, but I'm pretty sure that if I look, I will find Fancy Hair Bosco in there as well. Telling us that she needs a win, because we need a little bit of introduction. You know, she comes from the future, so she already knows that Bosco is going to get a win. So she is kind of priming us. And it's here to tell us, yes, she needs a win, and by the end of it, the storyline already closes and she will get her win, and the rise of Bosco can finally start. Because when you have this many temporal incursions, I can guarantee you are not going home next episode. So, but we will talk about it a little bit more during the speculations. And then we have also another triple temporal incursion, this time from Lady Camden. And Lady is here from episode 1, from episode 4, and also from the future, in this iteration of Lady that we are going to call our Lady of Curlers. Because you can see she has this nice 3 curls on the side. And she, of course, has temporal incursions in episode 1, episode 4, episode 5, probably even episode 3. Episode 3, so there is that. And she is here from different temporal dimensions. Can I talk tonight? Yes. And she's here from different temporal dimensions to tell us that she hasn't won any Maxi Challenge yet, but she needs to find a way to really pop during this challenge. And all the queens better watch out. So we already know who the protagonists are for this episode. It's going to be Bosco and it's going to be Lady. Otherwise, why drag them from the future and the past like this? You might think, with such powers, they might as well get lottery numbers, but that is the whole point. If you try to do that, temporal police will catch you. This is more subtle. This is how you do it. This is how you do temporal incursions. So, it's a new day in the workroom, and Cornbread left the competition, because of course we cannot go a season of Drag Race without a big girl getting injured. Every single time. So we had UK Season 3, Canada Season 2, and now we have Drag Race US Season 14. What can I say? I liked Cornbread, despite the fact that she kind of lost it the episode before, but at the end of the day, they clearly cleared out their differences with Jasmine. They also talked about it outside during the how are they called, the Roscoe's viewing party. So there is really not much of a problem there. It's old stuff, you know. Nevertheless, I liked her. I still liked her in the competition, and she was my pick for the top 4, and she was my pick for the win. She basically carried the whole season. So I have no idea how the hell they're going to continue this season, because the gem in the center of the season is gone. You know, the one that really made the season pop out. So I don't know. I don't know what we expect. Nevertheless, she's out of the competition. So now that the winner is actually out, the other queens have a chance at winning the crown. And she's not wrong. She is not wrong. Now, one thing, I'll come to the comments in a moment. One thing that I want to say about this episode, we have Cornbread and Orion going home. Now, you have to understand that the network ordered a certain amount of episodes for Drag Race Season 14 long time ago. By the time they are filming, they already know how many episodes they have to deliver. So, the moment Cornbread leaves the competition unexpectedly, then you know, mathematically, that you need one episode more. And since we counted all of the episode, what was it? For the live stream for episode 3 maybe. Live stream for episode 3, I think. Then you know that there is no other... there is nothing else that they can do other than a double shantay. It's like 99.999% sure at this point that we are not just going to get the gold bar thing, whatever it is, but we're also going to get a double Shantae. That is like, I would put all my money on it. Expected, it's going to come. Also, Cornbread didn't have the gold bar. Also, during the Roscoe's viewing party, Deja asked Angeria, does production take the bars away from you, or do you have them the whole time? And Angeria answered, well, I cannot answer that. So in case any of you had any doubts, I hope that clears it out. Now, let's go back to the chat because I lost a ton of comments. Mario, we also had Eureka in Season 9. Yes, I was talking about last year. We had like 3 queens going out during filming for last year. Levi, the doors Eureka opened. Oh god, yes. D15, the moment I saw Bosco's cut at the start, I knew she won the challenge. And let's say that Orion was red down boots. Poor girl. They were really shady to Orion, but they were shadier to Maddie. Luis Felipe, the producers probably saw her in the top 4 as well. She was, I'm telling you, she was probably the winner. She is like, she has it. Okay, she has the charisma. Sometimes you cannot agree with what she does. Sometimes she loses it. We also know she was on hormone replacement therapy, and it's not like things like this that your body gets used to things like this in a matter of a couple months. It takes its time. So mood swings are kind of normal when you are on hormones. It happens both ways. It's just the way your body works. So, apart from that, she really was the central character. For me, she held the entire season, and she has a ton of charisma, which is something that we haven't seen much lately. We see a lot of talent, I will agree with that. Charisma, that's becoming more rare and more rare to find. Orca, I feel Cornbread will get the representation spot in the top 4 because someone needed to represent injured girls. I like that. That's super shady. Luis Felipe, this is the twinkiest season ever. Oh my god, you guys are on a roll tonight. Let me have a little bit of liquid energy. Good lord. Good lord. So, we move on to the mini challenge. We actually have a mini challenge. Top the balloon attached to the pit crew. And I'm pretty sure that a couple of those people might be actually straight men. Like the pit crew. I think both of them are straight. So you have, this is basically a gay fantasy in here. I mean, look at that. You have Maddie topping the pit crew from behind. And you know, when you look at this, that this didn't happen by chance. Nevertheless, it's a mini challenge. It's campy. It's stupid. It's unnecessarily sexualized. Yes. Okay. Fantastic. I like it. Thank you. I will take it. I will take it. I miss the mini challenges. They are a species on the brink of extinction. So whatever I'm getting that it's not sponsored by someone, I will get it. Absolutely. And the funniest part of all of this was Georgia's trying to pop the balloons and the confessional that comes out of it. Because you have Jasmine coming during a confessional saying that Georgios looks like a chihuahua humping someone's ankle. And then Carrie was majestic. She was like, that little bitch ain't topping nothing in her life. That little bitch ain't topping nothing in her life. Where is the lie? Where is the lie? I mean, only Carrie Colby can call a sister queen a bitch and get away with it. The class. I'm just telling you, the class of it. Now, after this fantastic mini challenge, we find out the actual groups to which each queen will be assigned. And after we find out the groups, we are going to find who the team captains, if we want to call them like this, are going to be. And these are early eliminated queens from Season 7, Season 9, and Season 13. So you have Tempest, James, and Kamora Hall. Now, let me tell you something about this. I'm really happy that they brought back these queens, because a lot of time they always bring queens back for All Stars, which is a good thing, but it's also an incredible expense. And I think at the end of the day, the best publicity that you can have is if you actually make an appearance during a major season for the show, even during All Stars as a lip sync assassin. These are really the best gigs because they come without the risk of being portrayed like a bitch. So I really love that they brought back these 3 queens, and I love the fact that they finally get some exposure because early outs never get some exposure. And when we will go to the runway, Kimora is going to eat it. Kimora is going to eat it. Each and every one. She pissed all over that runway. And that's exactly how things are supposed to be. I'm not complaining. I'm happy about it. I'm really, really happy about it. So, once the queens are introduced, we get introduced to the Maxi Challenge for this episode. So, the queens... Oh, where are my notes? How was this called? How was this called? There we go. The queens will have to create a public service announcement for the Save the Queen organization. Now, how was this challenge? At the beginning, I thought it's going to be amazing. We're going to have a ton of fun because the queens are in charge of it. And you know, when the queens are in charge, we are in for a treat. Unfortunately, they had to work within some constrictions that actually ruined the whole thing for me. Now, after this, we move to the writing, because the queens have actually have to sit down and write for the Maxi Challenge. And well, you know, everyone is having fun. They are brainstorming ideas. You have queens laughing. You have upbeat music. Until you get to Orion. At that moment, the upbeat music actually stops. So the production brings back the crickets, the shady music. And we have basically the edit shitting on Orion because nobody is liking his idea. Apparently, this is a deduction because we don't see actual reactions from other queens. We just hear the crickets, the shady music, and then a confessional from James with a Franken sentence. So we don't know if James was really being shady. I don't think so because it goes like Orion. And then there is a pause. Start packing now. It's as if James came live and said, yes. He came to the confessional and said, well, if you're not prepared, you should start packing now. This is what it looks like. But of course, we need to shit on Orion because at the end of all of this, Orion needs to go home. The only positive part in all of this is that we get a cameo. We get a cameo from Candy O. This is her second time since her first cameo in season 7. So... round of applause for Candy Ho. We're gonna get a third one during the challenge. How thrilling. Moving on. What do we have next? Oh, next. RuPaul is back in the workroom to give some word of encouragement to all of the queens. So first Mora's group goes to her to have a talk with Mamaru. And we have this moment in which Mamaru is asking Lady, so Lady, you know that you have to make this character pop out of the screen and you have to try to be serious because being serious is what will make it funny. So how are you going to approach this challenge? And then we have this whole segment of Lady trying to bullshit RuPaul and RuPaul calling her out. So I was living for that. Because she does that constantly, and everybody is like, "Ooh, nothing is happening." You see me pulling my hair in front of the screen, and nobody's doing anything. This time, RuPaul called her out. So I was leaving for that. Then it's time for James' group, and Mamaru is going to take. And Mamaru is going to take a royal dump on Orion, because of course she has to. So she asks Orion, how are you going to make this happy and fun with shady music playing in the background? Have you ever done anything like this before? More shady music playing in the background. Then she goes into boomer babble, talking about characters, flavors, mouth-watering. And you know that she's hungry, Mama is hungry. And at some point you even have a confessional from Willow, worried about the queens being able to grasp the characters. Which queens do you Which queens does she mean? Well, there is no problem because the edit makes it clear for you. We have a shot of Orion and a shot of Jasmine. Of course, we shit on Orion a little bit more than Jasmine because at the end of the episode, Jasmine will just be bottom 3, while Orion has to go home. So you already have to go into that mindset. Orion is not doing good. Orion deserves to go home. Because this is old style drag race editing, In a way, it feels like a throwback, this whole episode. We have like this very, very old kind of edit, which is a good thing on one hand and a bad thing on the other hand. Now, after this, we go to Tempest group. Because we need to prime the audience for Georgia's storyline for this episode. So Georgia's gets summoned back from different timelines in order to tell us that she is nervous as hell and that she used to hear people saying that she's really not that good at acting. So RuPaul asks Georgia's, and please remember this. Georgia's, how are you going to translate your fire on the runway into this challenge? And remember, I'm telling you to remember this, because later on, once we go to the main stage and we go to the critique, somehow, curiously, Ross is gonna say the same exact critique later on. The same exact one. So this is not by chance. Nothing is by chance in here. So, but differently from Orion, we actually like Georgia's. She is our young and talented. So, of course, we need a little bit of comic relief in there. So you have RuPaul asking Carrie. Well, oh yes, because Georgia's answers RuPaul's question saying, well, I'm going to do all of that by being cutesy. And so RuPaul asks Carrie, what does she mean by that? And Carrie's like, I have no fucking idea. I don't care. I don't know. So we have a little bit of fun in it because, remember, you have to get the message that Georgia's will be in the bottom, but she will not go home, and she will probably rise after that. I don't want you to get, the edit doesn't want you to get any strange ideas. Orion is the one that's going to go home. Period. Chat, what do you think? What do you think? I saw some comments. Love for HYC, it's time to shit on Jan. My god, poor Jan. I hope we don't have to go through that again. Luis Felipe, Camora said during the Roscos that Mamaru had a whole moment when she taught her how to say, I was rooting for us. Oh, shit. Shit. I completely lost. I didn't watch that one. I must have not watched that one. But Camora was there, so I should probably watch it. I will be probably leaving for that. Moving on to filming. So, we move on to filming, and we have a third iteration of Georgia's, because you have to understand, when Cornbread left, there was nothing left in the fabric of space-time. It was completely ripped. So we have a third iteration of Georgia's coming from I don't know where, because I didn't have time to track all of Georgia's confessionals. If I remember, I will tell you next week. Telling us that she is going to do bad. Because you still have to be primed to that storyline. You have to understand, she is going to do bad. So, Georgia's needs some extra direction, feedback from Michelle. And after that, we have... what was this? Where are my notes? I don't remember this. I'm getting old. Oh, she gets a funny confessional from Jasmine. Oh, because I don't have the slide. That's why I didn't get it. So Georgia's needs some extra direction and feedback from Michelle, but she gets a funny confessional from Jasmine. And that too has a meaning, because she's not good, but you have to like her. You understand? You have to like her. Now at this point we get another shout out to Candy Ho for our third cameo in the entire franchise. Good lord, I saw her on Twitter. She was like, this bitch is still bitter that I called her hold. I saw it on Reddit and somebody commented, Candy, now you're hold too. I was gagging. I was really gagging. Oh, good lord. Now, in this group, we also see Deja not doing that good, and the confessional of Tempest coming to tell us that some girls better hope that all the other groups will not do that good. That they will suck real bad. This is what she said, that they will suck real bad. Meaning that the girls that we saw struggle didn't really do that good. Who did we saw struggle? Deja and Georges. And remember Deja, because by the time we get to Untucked, she will be flooded in diarrhea from production. No, that's too bad. I cannot say that. She will be completely thrown under the bus by production, allegedly. At this point, we move out to our second group to meet Our Lady of Curlers with another temporal incursion to tell us that they're not going to fuck this up. And since she comes from the future, I believe her. They are not going to fuck this up. And by the end of this, Bosco will win the challenge. Not Lady, which I found gaggy. I really found it gaggy. And now it's time to move to Gamora's group, because we need to shit on Orion a little bit more. So the moment Orion walks on stage, she's immediately introduced by a confessional from Jasmine, telling us that she is wearing a jumpsuit. She is not like wearing what everybody else is wearing. Orion is living her fantasy and she's wearing a jumpsuit. And somehow it's a bad thing. Then we see Orion rehearsing, and apparently she's doing bad. It's confirmed by the shady music, the queen bitch-facing to whatever she's saying. Then we have a confessional of Willow reinforcing the narrative that she's doing bad. And I'm like, yes, okay, I believe it. She's not doing that good. Why don't we see Michelle giving her any direction, any feedback? That's what she has done for everybody else. Why is she not giving any to Orion? If she's doing that bad and you have footage of Michelle correcting her, why don't we see it? Because that would reinforce the narrative. So why don't we see it? Because probably it wasn't even there. Michelle didn't even direct her. She was like, oh, she's fucking it up. She's fucking it up on her own. Perfect. I will say nothing. Then we will use it. We need no editing in there. By the end of this, she needs to go home. She will go home. That's what I think happened in here. Because usually when somebody does really bad and they have footage confirming it, they use it. They don't need to pull confessionals from the past, from the future, get reaction shots. They just show Michelle with a stank face saying, this is not good, this is not good, this is not good, and that's it. So this is something that I found really curious. And something even more curious happens immediately after, because it's Maddie's time to have a rehearsal. So she delivers a line, she is not really good. So Michelle gives her a feedback, and she actually tells her, well, you should do it this other way, it's much better. She does it the other way, and it's actually much better. And then Michelle tells her, ooh, that's a keeper, thinking that maybe we're going to get that in the Maxi Challenge. But no, we are not going to get that. What you don't see on screen is that Probably, I cannot say it happened like this. You have to understand me. I cannot say it. It's my opinion of what happened. So, Maddie had a first take, and it was not good. And this is the one that we actually saw in the episode. Then she had a second take, using the same tone, and that one was good, meaning that she delivered all the lines. At that point, then, we didn't see that, but at that point, that's when Michelle actually told her, you can deliver the lines in this other way. And then she delivered them in the better way. What did we get in the final edit? We get the good take from the bad delivery. If you go and check it, it's the bad take, it's a good take from the bad delivery. Not the one that Michelle told her, ooh, that's a keeper. Yeah, that's a keeper on the storage hard drive. That's a keeper on the cutting room floor. And this is the second shady thing that we see happening to Maddie during acting challenges. Last episode, the whole line of, I am straight, I have two dads. Did you remember the feedback? Because she came out and said, oh my god, this is so funny, and then they cut it. Again. So, make out of it what you will. I will speculate. Speculate. I will speculate. I will speculate later on. And by the way, thanks to David Morris for telling me this, because I didn't notice. So you see, I always appreciate a little bit of help. This show is not a one-man job. So thank you so much, David. Chat, did you notice that? Felix, Michelle got up and read lines for Kyling, but these girls get nothing. Of course they don't. Orca, I think they didn't give Lady a win because she will have the underdog edit. Good lord, I hope not, but I have a terrible feeling about this. JP Medina, Orion is not like the other girls. She is living her lesbian fantasy while wearing, like Raja would say, a nice jumpsuit. I like Orion. Say what you will about it. I like a queen with a laid-back attitude that is like, girl, I am living my fantasy. I'm feeling beautiful. I like it. I'm having fun. I don't have a problem with it. So I liked Orion for that. I certainly like more a queen like that than one that's basically screaming at everyone because she needs camera time. Good lord. No, thank you. So at this point, we see Jasmine's rehearsal. She is bad, of course she is bad, because she is going to be in the bottom 3 as well. But since she's not going to go home, we have actually 2 good confessionals. One is from Maddie, who is joking about the whole count thing. Then we have another one from James. And I don't remember what James said. I'm sorry. I blanked for a moment. And then we have this all count segment with Michelle laughing about her delivery. Everybody is laughing about her delivery. So you see, she's doing bad. But she's doing bad in a funny way. It's different from Orion. Orion is completely bad. You get it? It's completely bad, Orion. Oh, good lord. Daniel! Maddie has some really good ideas and the straightforwardness is actually charming. I wish they would let her shine. If you watched, I don't know if you watched it, if you didn't, please do because it was really good. The Oscars viewing party with Maddie. She is a completely different performer. Like nothing, they don't let her shine on the show. And after seeing what they cut out from the challenges, this is something that actually made it to her, so we can see that they edited her like shit. So I can confidently say that they didn't really allow her to shine in the edit. She's completely different. And it's amazing. It's amazing. I thought this was just, you know, a random straight guy just doing its thing and maybe in a kind of mediocre way. She has good talent. She has stage presence. She has stage presence. And you might say, why are you so surprised? Well, because I have a bias as well. Let's not go around it. I had a bias when I saw the straight guy in there and thinking, yeah, sure. But, you know, the point is not if you have a bias. The point is about recognizing it and go over it if you get some new information that changes your mind. So I have no problem saying, yes, I had a bias toward Maddie. Absolutely. Absolutely. Gothway UK, I did notice the flat delivery, but I was already incensed by that point. Don't do that too much. So, it's a new day in the workroom and it's time for our mirror moments, and we have 2 of them. We have one from George's, in which she is describing how she started her drag career. This goes on for about 2 minutes. We have a ton of confessional time from George's explaining everything. We see a ton of pictures. What I liked about this scene in particular is that at some moment, you see Jasmine going to George's with the fakest voice ever. And she's like, so, George's, how did you start performing? You know, it's not like somebody screamed from the other side of the mirror saying, hey, Jasmine, ask George's about when she started performing. MRF her. I am biased. I not have a bias. Is that how you say it? Well, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. But no, because unbiased kind of makes it look like it's something that it's inherent to you, not with the fact that you have kind of a filter there that you can remove it later on. So I'm going to say I have a bias. I'm going to keep with that. I like it more. And people are used to my fucked up English anyway, so. Anna, a few years ago, there was an allegedly Mimiam first profile on Reddit, and she spilled that they did what you just said on the Uranus is Burning challenge, Michelle's direction. I believe it. I mean, that's the bare minimum. We've seen much, much worse happening on there. Like, much worse. Much worse. You can also say you have a bias. Thank you! Thank you! But I'm going to keep the fucked up version as well. Because it's endearing. Apparently it's endearing. So I'm going to take it. So we have a mirror moment from Georges. Does it mean that she's going home? Of course not. She is our young and talented. This is character development. This is not one of those mirror moments in which you say, okay, the queen is basically saying, opening up a little bit for the audience to have that moment of connection with the audience, and then she's going home. No, no, no. This is character development. And the same happens for Willow, because at some point, Angeria asks her, so how are you dealing with your situation? So Willow describes everything she went through from the moment she was diagnosed from birth, the fact that she went through transplant. Of course, we have tons of confessionals, we have tons of pictures, and this is another moment that is character development, because Willow is not going anywhere. She is front and center, and now that Cornbread left, I think we can safely say that basically the big girl representation spot is gone. So another kind of representation spot has opened up, and Willow is right there. She is talented, she is relatable, and from a production point of view, she has a storyline. I know it sounds like shit, but there is also that perspective. So she is perfect already for the top 4. Which I think is the reason why this mirror moment came out exactly in this episode already. But make no mistake, she's not going anywhere. This is character development. There is just too much going on with Willow, and she has the talent to back it up. So we are still going to count this moment to talk about them a little bit more when we go to the prediction part of the review. But just so you know, I am 99% positive this is character development. Now, before we move to the main stage, let's have a little bit of energy drink and go back to the chat. Sarah, your English is much better than I can speak your native language. Thank you, no matter what it is. Thank you. You know, every once in a while, the vast majority of people are like, okay, I kind of get used to your fucked up accent. I kind of got used to your fucked up English. But, you know, I do understand that English is not your native language, so it's already a miracle that you can come live and actually hold a conversation, which it is. So, you know, they're very, not accepting, what's the word? Welcoming. They're very welcoming. Then once in a while, you find that one asshole who is like, how dare you have videos if you cannot even speak English properly? I'm like, bitch, you couldn't even spell in your own language. I don't know, it happens. This is part of having to deal with a larger audience, you know. Every once in a while you get one of these assholes. JP Medina, it's okay to have bias. It adds to your peaks and valleys and brings you to the next level. As long as you cry for the camera. Oh my god, I need to cry for the camera. Mamaro needs to drink some tears. Oh, good lord. I love Sassy Top. Well, I am so sassy that next to my energy drink, I have some carbonated water with 3 slices of lime in a glass because I feel super classy tonight. Like, what are you drinking? carbonated water infused with lime. I mean, if you ever had any doubt that I'm like a super faggot, this is confirmation. This is like confirmation. It doesn't get more faggoty than this. Orca, I also have a bias and I'm keeping her in my handbag. Come on, energy drink enema. Oh, the water needs to infuse a little bit. Otherwise, the lime becomes. So let's let it infuse. And have some more liquid energy on the side. White and sassy. Well, I don't know about that, but sassy for sure. Mario, now we know where Lemon ended up. Oh, poor Lemon. We're going to get to that later on. I'm trying to be super fast with this review because we are actually going to talk about it for a long time. Are you covering UK versus the... Yes, when we are done with this. We'll take a pause, then we go to UK versus the world. So, let's move on to the main stage for the runway and the challenge. Now, very quickly, let me tell you what I thought about these dresses. And if you have any sanity left, you just sit back, drink a glass of wine, a glass of Prosecco, whatever you want to drink, and relax. Because... you know, that's what comes with me reviewing dresses and talking about fashion. So, you have been advised. I told you. Now, George's. Overall, good, but the undergarment kind of looked unfinished. Does it read like spring? Yes, it does. Somehow. But it kind of looked unfinished. By the time I was watching George's runway, I was like, this is really bad. Until I saw what everybody else got, and then I was like, well, no, it's actually not that bad. It's actually not that bad. And I don't mean disrespect to anyone. You know what the drill is. They probably asked for money for having all of these dresses. They did the best they could. We are all doing this in good heart, you know. Nevertheless, if I don't like it, I don't like it. Moving on to Carrie. Now, Carrie looks as if she was doing a sewing challenge and she ran out of time. She had this green dress under it, which looks really good when you see her during Untucked. But then once she has all of this, how is it called? Everything else that she has from the waist up, it kind of looks like she wore a piece of fabric as a skirt. That's how it looks like. It looks unfinished. It looks really bad. So for me, she's like middle of the pack. Edgar, thank you so much for the super chat. Showed up to my first live show and decided to sign up for your Patreon. Thank you. Thank you for your content and being yourself. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. That's great. Moving on to Angeria. Same problem, but the opposite. Because from the waist up, she looks unfinished and a little bit shapeless. And the flowers that she has like a wall of flowers coming from the waist down. I would have liked it if they were a little bit more randomly distributed. You know, maybe creating a pattern that kind of rose up to the chest, you know, because it really looks like a bulk, like a wall. And it even made the top look even worse by comparison. So for me, middle of the pack as well. But it did read as spring. I will give her that. Now, Deja, for me, she looked really bad. The pants are bland. The top is like an evolution of Lala Ree's Paper Couture, but make it fabric. Didn't read like spring. It didn't read like spring to me. Maddie, she didn't read like spring as well. She read like autumn, but she looked the best for me. I really loved what she brought on the runway, mostly because everything that I saw so far was not really getting me excited. So by Maddie's standard, this outfit was outstanding. And it was very good on the runway. Not the one that I loved the most, but it was nevertheless really good. Then we have Jasmine. My notes say she looked best next to Maddie. I don't know what I meant by that. Because you see, since I don't have slides with the full dresses, it's not like I can look at them and tell you what I think, you know, because I didn't have time to make one slide for everyone. So I wrote it down. And for Jasmine, I wrote, she looks best next to Mandy. Oh, good Lord. Okay, for me, she looked good. It doesn't read like spring, but at least she said I did the stoning myself. So at least that is impressive, because the outfit is not bad. It's just kind of predictable, and it doesn't read like spring, but then again, almost nobody reads like spring to me. I don't know if I have a fucked up sense of spring, but almost nobody looks like spring to me. Then we have Orion. I loved Orion's dress. Sue me, I loved it. I think she looked fantastic. The padding was impeccable. Does it have to do anything with spring? Well, if you think about amping, yes, but other than that, no. No, but I loved it. She looked fabulous on that runway. She looked fabulous, sue me. The wall for 15, and I see a symbol next to it. Oh my god. Whatever it is, thank you. I appreciate it, but I don't know what's the currency. Happens more than once. But thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate the support. For Willow, interesting concept. Interesting concept. I like it. Although I think she was going for Little House on the Prairie, because that's what, you know, what it's called in here. So I don't know if she messed up the reference, whatever it is. It was interesting. It's Willow, so ain't nobody say anything wrong about that. I liked it. With that said, spring? I don't know. I don't know. I didn't read spring in this. I am sorry. I just didn't read spring. Now, Daya. I love the outfit. I love the outfit. Hate the attitude, but I love the outfit. And for me, she was the best interpretation of spring. To me, it completely read like spring, and it looked amazing. It fit really well. It has this flowy kind of feeling to it. I liked it. What I hated was the makeup. Well, hate is a strong word, but the makeup was really a punch in the face. It had nothing to do with the outfit. I know that you won't come out and get your spot as the quirky and fun and lovable weirdo and whatever it is, but it's not working, number one, and second, that makeup is a punch in the face. Doesn't really go with the outfit. Who's next? Lady. I will come to the chat in a moment. Lady. For me, the concept is kind of dated. Like, we have seen a lot of British tea time inspired dresses. We've seen a lot of them. With that said, for me, hers was the best interpretation. Okay? And the cup was really a nice touch. It was simple, but really effective. Spring? No. It doesn't ring like... It doesn't ring. Yes, because something rings like spring. It doesn't read like spring. Oh god, it doesn't ring. Oh my god, I cannot talk tonight. It doesn't read like spring. There we go. We made it. It doesn't... Oh my god. It doesn't read like spring. Okay, it's fucked. I cannot say. I just cannot say it. And last, Bosco. I appreciate the reveal. I really appreciated the reveal. But it looked like really simple. I saw somebody on Reddit saying that Bosco made a reveal and revealed to be a Brillo pad, which I think is like a sponge for washing the dishes. And I cannot unsee it. I'm sorry. It was not gaggy. I appreciated that there was a reveal. If I didn't know what the theme for the runway was, I would have never gotten the thing that it's like, oh, it's cloudy and then it becomes sunny. I would have never got that in a million years. But, you know, since basically everybody is botching the theme for the runway, at this point, who am I to complain? At least she had a reveal. Nevertheless, for me, Willow was better. And I was leaving for Orion. Going back to the chat, please Google don't delete comments. I haven't gotten there yet. There we go. Orchid Dude. Jasmine needs to vary her makeup a little bit too. Not always that heavy drag bit. Yes, Jasmine is painting for the stage. She needs to learn to paint for the camera because the highlight, not the highlight, the pink under highlight, however you want to call it, is a little bit too strong. She really looks like young boy first time in drag. I don't know why Maddie never has stones or glitter on her, because this look could be elevated with glitter fringe. Probably, but I don't have the proper knowledge to exactly imagine what you mean and then figure it out in an outfit. No. Ask me how to build a chair, I can do it for you. Ask me about these kind of things, and it's completely out of my comfort zone. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Castro, we all have wet dreams about Ryan's Playboy bunny outfits. She looked amazing. She looked amazing. I loved that. I loved that. And during Untucked, when Deja is like, well, does this read like spring to you? And she is like completely unfazed. She is smiling. She's like, absolutely, completely. She's feeling her fantasy. Anna, the gringos have this thing about preparing their houses for spring, I think. Okay, maybe I should have read that comment in context because I lost the context, of course. Do I see any other related comments? Hector, did you notice they offered Cornbread a spot for season 15? Hold everyone, hold. They offered Cornbread a spot for season 15, not All Stars? That's crazy that it's not All Stars. But also, they didn't offer a spot to Victoria Scone. She was pretty clear in an interview saying, well, they didn't technically offer me to come back. So if they did so with Cornbread, there was a lot of speculation saying, oh, she's shitting on World of Wonder a little bit too much. Oh, she didn't sign the merchandise with Voss. So they're probably going to give her a kick in the ass and forget about it. So, and Anna, about Willow's look. Oh, okay. Got it. The idiot Jen? that's the name. The idiot Jen? Come on, poor Jen. Who is your favorite so far? Not necessarily a winner. I can't stand Maddie, to be honest. More so after I watch her Roscoe's Tavern. Love from the UK. Thank you so much for the £5. For the £5. My god. I need to stop streaming in the night. This is not fucking normal. For the £5. Well, you know that I live for Willow. I just live for Willow. That's the one that I really want to win. But the surprise for me, the real surprise of the season for me are Orion and Maddie. So I will agree with you. I am enjoying Maddie way more than I was expecting to enjoy her. The problem is you don't get to see much. And Orion, my god, she's so laid back. And I don't know, I'm telling you this, but it stays between you and me. So it's like in the middle of the review, nobody is going to find it. A lot of people are not even going to watch it. So it's between you and me right now. I don't know if you know this, but there is something going on between Diabetes and George's. It's like Diabetes hitting on George's a little bit, you know, like trying to let her know that, well, if you're interested, I am here, you know. And last Untucked, there was Orion who was actually hugging George's as if, you know, there was stuff going on behind the scene, like as a boyfriend. And Diabetes had a stank face the whole Untucked. I was leaving. And it looks like there is a whole story behind it, because the more she had a stank face, the more Orion kept coming closer and closer. I was leaving. You know. I'm probably projecting a lot into this. You have to understand this. I'm probably projecting a lot. But this is what I saw. And I was like, yes. Yes, let's have a little bit more of liquid energy, because apparently that's enough to get me completely drunk. And before we move to the challenge, last but not least, Hamora Hall. She looked like a goddess on that runway. She pissed all over the stage. She owned everything. I was living for this. Look at that. Look what we missed in season 13. And remember, during season 13, she spent her life savings to prepare for Drag Race. She went out episode 1. Let's not forget that. Some people will spend their life savings to go on Drag Race. Some people will take that. Some people will take mortgages. She looked fantastic. And we didn't see any of that. Not on the main stage of Drag Race. So she deserves so much more, and I'm waiting to see her on All Stars. With that said, Super Chat, Damien's Pink Skirt, thank you so much for £4.49. Daya said, George's is so hot in her Instagram live earlier. Oh my god, do you see it? I'm like, I'm a god. I'm a god. I must be a god. Do you see? I see things. I also stroke a lot. But, there was kind of this vibe in the air that, she was not in an insisting way. Let's be clear about it. Not in an insisting way. Like, somebody that bugs you all of the time, which I'm sure happened to everyone, and it's not just uncomfortable. At some point, it really pisses you off. Not in that way. But you can see that there is, like, this wanting to be like, yeah, I am, come to me. I'm like, yeah, baby. And Georgios doesn't give a shit. Which I found hilarious. It was hilarious. Oh, good lord. COP8, Kamora won the whole season with that look. Love from Canada. Thank you so much for $6.99 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much for the support. She won everything. And by the end of it, RuPaul was like, Kamora, leave that outfit in my dressing room. And my partner was like, RuPaul, it wouldn't fit you. She was not like, will you sell me that outfit? Will you be my new dresser? I don't know, the one that chooses dresses for you. She didn't offer her a job. She was like, leave that dress. And so my partner, who had all of these things going in his mind in like 1 second, was like, RuPaul, it wouldn't fit you, with the worst stank face in his face. Landorito, I wanted to know why you say Lady Camden is the most produced of the cast. I say hi from Mexico and I enjoy your videos. Should we go on with the review, or should we open a little bit of a bubble to talk about that? Because we can also do it later. So let me know in the chat, like write 1 if you want to talk about it right now, or write 2 if you want to talk about it later. JP Medina, I stroke a lot. Do you stroke a lot, Top? Yes. My brain is like a Swiss cheese at this. Caro, Kamora is from the whole house. What do you expect other than excellence? You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Oh my god, can you imagine taking that out of context? It sounds like shit. Gothboy Ruke. Oh my god, tonight. What's wrong with me tonight? What did they put in this energy drink? I sound drunk. Has Ru worn anything that wasn't made by Zaldi in the last 30 years? I don't know what Zaldi is, but somehow it makes me laugh. Porky dude, they are horny as fuck. You heard? And here is advice to bring you porn when you go to Drag Race. Thankfully, Lady Okay, how many ones? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 twos, 7, 8, 9. I see a lot of ones and not enough twos. And you might ask, we have the possibility to make a poll. Why didn't I use it? Because I am an idiot. Because I am an idiot. Lady Camden. Now or later. And ask. There we go. Yes, you're right. You're right. You're right. But also imagine me that I've been up yesterday night until 2 a.m. cracking confessionals. That's what I've been doing until 2 a.m. So I was stroking in my bed. Stroking in my head. No, not in that way. Going on, what about this curl? Is this similar to this other curl? That's what I've been doing all day yesterday until 2 in the morning. And I woke up this morning and finished the review until 4, and then spent the afternoon cooking with my partner. Because, you know, once you've been together a certain amount of time, that's what you secretly do together when nobody is watching. Mario, World of Wonder hacking into your head and sabotaging the life. I wouldn't exclude that. Fulani, if Gamora is from the House of All, why did she add Iman to her name for that minute? Because she didn't know any better. Antonina, Zaldi designs... No, chat. Don't stroke. Don't stroke, chat. Zaldi designed dresses for RuPaul. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. JP, you always sound drunk. Don't worry, we are all used to it. Well, that's good. My liver is happy. Gothboy UK, it's one of the people who created Ru Zaldi clothes and Matthew Anderson face hair. Okay. Damien, for £1.79. 79. What two queens do you ship together? Oh my god, I knew the meaning of shipping. I knew the meaning of shipping and I completely forgot it. What does it shipping? What's shipping? Like fucking, can I say fucking? Like having some, you know, a real-time fun together. Felix, RuPaul put something in their carbonated water. She doesn't want you talking about this. Could be. Could be. Shipping. Imagine as a couple. Absolutely Orion and Georges. Orion and Georges. Yes. I hope they had some good fun during those 5 days of filming. They deserved it. They deserved it. Like when you mow grass? Mow grass? Do I mow grass? No, I don't have a garden. I would love to, but I don't have it. Stan, who do you would see dating or fucking? Well, we could see all the shades in there, because there is dating, there is making sweet tender love, and then there is fucking. It's like 3 completely different things. Do you want them to kai? Oh my god, no. I don't imagine any of those people having sex. If you know me, I am into big men, big bearded men. So I look at these queens and think they are wonderful, they are goddesses, but I would never fantasize about any of them, basically. Like the oddest thing that I saw on screen today, not today, in this episode was James Mansfield. So you have your answer. Okay, chat, we are going to talk about Lady Camden right now. Okay, so what is the thing with Lady Camden? First of all, it's not bad that she produces herself. Okay, allegedly, of course, I can never say anything as if it's a matter of fact. This is my opinion, as usual. Is that she produces herself a lot. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Because you have to understand, when you go on Drag Race, either you are going to be yourself completely, or you're going to produce yourself. And you have these 2 limits. So most of the time, you will find yourself somewhere in between all of this. You're a little bit of yourself, and you a little bit produce yourself. And producing yourself, it's not only a smart way of going on Drag Race, it's also the only defense that you have against production basically doing of you whatever they want, because they can trigger you, they can put you top, put you in the bottom. They can set other queens against you. They can give you bullshit critiques. So producing yourself is like a little bit of a shield that you have. So this is not necessarily a bad thing. With that said, when I look at Lady, I see like the cogs running all of the time. And the first time that I saw this happening was during the first episode that she came on with the whole, I covered it during the review, the whole outing of Maddie. The whole thing couldn't have worked if she didn't intercept the conversation in a very specific way. So either she was doing it for her by herself with Diabetes, but most probably production told her to do things. And she might have said yes, which is a fucked up thing to do, because as Pearl said, even if production asks you to do things, you don't have to do them. You still have a choice. No? And then every single time we move to Untucked, it's like Lady's therapy race. And she's very good at it. Lady is smart. You can see that there is a smart man in there, because she always has good things to say to uplift some of the other contestants in there, and they all make sense. It's not like mama's bullshit, you know? You need to hone yourself. You need to believe in yourself and win the competition. It's not bullshit like that. She goes a little bit deep. No, she's really, really believable. And I'm like, I am completely on board with that. I like it. The problem is, somehow, while she does that, she always ends up describing her storyline, not who she is. That's why I say she describes her storyline, because it's like she's talking about herself. And she's painting this picture of the insecure girl who tries to do her best. And I'm like, you are not that. You are very secure about who you are. You know exactly what you're going to do. You are owning everything. And personally, I look up to that level of professionalism, but don't sell me this bullshit, because I am not buying. There is no vulnerability there. You are selling a character. And so once I started noticing this, I cannot unsee it. Every time, even the interaction with Angeria, you can see that she took a risk in there, and she decided to have that specific interaction with a queen that she knew would be liked on screen and was liked from the judges. She didn't go to anybody else. She went to Angeria. She didn't try that bullshit with Cornbread, because Cornbread, I'm not saying that Angeria is stupid, but Cornbread can see a little bit farther away. Angeria is more like, she gives me this impression of being more like, yes, I believe you. I take you in the best intentions the first time. Then if I see that if you're trying to fucking me up, then I will react to that. But I will give you the benefit of the doubt. Cornbread is more like, if you do bullshit, I will call you out on it. So after seeing all of this, I'm like, you are the most produced of them all. Now, it's not a bad thing. I keep saying that. It's not a bad thing. It's a defense. Nevertheless, don't try to bullshit me by painting this picture of the sweet and insecure character. You know exactly what you're doing. Own it. Own it. And I will stand you. Own it, and I will stand you. Try to bullshit me, and I will be like, no. No, that doesn't work. So I hope this answered the questions. We can talk a little bit more about it later on as well. Matthew, I think the very distinct British accent doesn't help with the idea she is overproducing herself. As I'm from the UK, and that accent is thick as hell. I don't know about that, because I can see a difference in the accent, but I don't have any necessary association between the two of them. I know that from American English point of view, British accent always sounds either very professional or very pretentious. But for me, no, it doesn't have any specific effects. It's like two different ways of speaking English for me. Was Angeria used by Camden? I think she was. I wouldn't go as far as saying used, but let's say that Camden saw an opportunity and took it. That's how I feel about it. Okay, now that we have done that, let's move on to the challenge very quickly. Now, this challenge, I couldn't really enjoy it. I thought it had great potential because you know the drill with this. Every time the queens make up their stuff, every time the queens write their stuff, we're in for a ton of fun because that's their job. They know what they are doing. They know what they're doing. The problem is that the rhyme thing was dead on arrival. It literally destroyed the whole performance. It didn't fit the concept. It didn't allow the queen to properly shine because it constrained them to a kind of rhyme thing as if they were writing a poem or something. It was literally a punch in the face. And you know that this was a production decision because it made absolutely no sense. So it was a production decision. Everybody had to stick to it and it didn't fit at all. I was like, at some point, I was like, no, I cannot listen to this. I'm tuning out. I'm sorry for all of the queens, but you don't have my attention. I don't want to suffer through this. I don't care. I don't care. So I basically tuned out. I have no idea who did good. I have no idea who did bad because I wasn't really listening. The whole time I was watching this challenge, I was like, these fucking rhymes are destroying everything. We were robbed of a challenge that could have really been a lot of fun. And we didn't really get this because somehow some producer decided, oh, it has to be with rhymes. Rhymes are cool with the kids, aren't they? And I'm like, no. Oh God, no. It was terrible. Nevertheless, by the end of all of this, Carrie, Deja, Maddie, Willow, and Betty are all safe. Everybody else, it's time for the critiques. And I didn't add, I'm an idiot. Why didn't I prepare this? I had the perfect introduction to the critiques. I just had to play the clip. And then I didn't import the clip in my OBS. Where is it? Where is it? Please don't tell me you start at full volume. People are going to kill me. Where is it? Materials. There we go. Critiques.
Bullshit. 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 That's bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit.
That's
bullshit
a joke.
every fucking time.
I was being realistic.
Realistic was bullshit. Girl, bullshit. You are a fucking liar.
And we are back for the critiques. Let me prepare. Let me get a little bit of my lime sparkling water. Bubbly bounce, but no, it's not bubbly bounce. Perfectly infused. Damien, do you ship Maddie and Bryce the pit crew member? Damien, what's wrong with you? Stop talking about shipping. Thank you for the super chat, but stop talking about shipping. Hair Tempest. Oh my god. Maddie and Bryce. Let's get serious. We need to go to the critiques. That is the most... what's the word? Emphatic? Yes, lymphatic. Why not? That's the most lymphatic part of the show. Oh, good lord. Are you shipping shipped from China? As a matter of fact, yes I am. Realistic is bullshit. Yes, it is. Okay, are we supercharged? Let's start with the critiques. So, to Georges. Ava, the look is to die for. Whatever. Then Ross, the confidence on the runway didn't translate to the channel. Didn't translate to the challenge. Just like Mamoru said in the workroom. You remember, I told you before, it's the exact same thing. It was planted there. And if this doesn't prove that they have like a production memo with the kind of critiques that they have to get, I don't know what will convince you that 99% this is probably what's happening in here. So, Ross brings it back again. Confidence on the runway didn't translate in the challenge. Okay. And then he continues. She couldn't get out of her own way. And this is Ross' way of basically blaming it on the inner saboteur. Then Ross shuts the fuck up. Thank God. We move on to Michelle. You struggled, and you put too many words in there. Which I know it sounds, but in a way it's also a fair critique. I mean, they knew the stuff was going to rhyme, they knew that they had to act, and she knew that she couldn't remember the line. So, stranger things have happened. But I do agree with Michelle. Then we move on to RuPaul, which asks, why didn't you wear false eyelashes? It's a drag show. And I'm like, yes, Mamoru, I completely agree on that. But what if we use the same consistency next time you ask for, I don't know, like Oscar-level characterizations during acting performances? What about that? You know? Or Michelle calling their outfit costumey. What about that? You know, it has to be draggy. It has to be over the top, only when it's convenient. Only when it's convenient. Oh, good lord. Let's move on to the goddess, Angeria. Ross. About the dress. He loves the bottom. Yes, girl, we know. My note literally said, he loves the bottom. He loves the bottom. Okay. We know that. But there is the problem. I can't do it. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I can't fucking do it. Oh god. You ain't got to reinvent the wheel. Thank you, Roman. Thank you, Roman, for the support. Now let's see if I can go through Ross critiques. So, Ross, he loves the bottom, but there is a problem with the top. Ross is like living his best life in spandex. And I was like, girl, there's a problem with this top. What's the problem with this top? Oh, good lord. Oh, good lord. So, there is a problem with the top. Because no matter how good you top, you are never good enough for Ross. You'll never be glamour. Okay, it's done. Let's move on to the next one. Psycho Space Dad, $1 super chat. Thank you so much. JP Medina, is it fashion? That is the question. You can have a big dick and top like a god, but if it's not fashion, what's the point of there? Anna, is there an anal option? I think from Ross' part, there is an anal option. Gothboy UK, see? The Ross Matthew is hilarious after all. Yeah, you have to understand, I have a whole thing in my fantasy, like with Ross, with his kind of schmuck face, in, you know, this completely fetish attire, on all fours, being like, you know, excuse me, there is a problem with my top. That was my fantasy. Let's move on. For the performance, the last joke was a hit, and she delivered a punch. So you know at this point that Ross is absolutely into kinky stuff. But I am not surprised. It was already in my fantasy. Then we move on to Michelle. You are really funny, and your Sparta accent is honey. Apparently, either Michelle is like as ancient as the pyramids, or she figured out time travel, which incidentally might also explain how she became fluent in Spanish in 6 months. Then we move on to RuPaul. You know how you are and applied it to the challenge, which is basically a new way of saying you did exactly what you were supposed to be doing. Then she is naturally funny and she has great timing. So Mama has taste, clearly. Was Angeria all of that? I am not quite sure, but I will take it. We have seen worse shit happening during the critique. So I will take it. Sparta, Georgia. Oh, I am an uneducated bitch. I am an uneducated bitch. Well, good to know. You know, you learn something new every day. Then we move on to Jasmine. Michelle. She was excited, but couldn't break out of a bad delivery. Now, you have to understand, I am paraphrasing this because Michelle likes to be kind of cryptical, as usual. But in a way, she's also right. Because she was stuck doing the count for like 5 minutes straight. Then we move on to Ross. And Ross says, it was stiff, and I usually doesn't mind a stiffy. I'm like, yes, Ross. And gravity flows toward the center of mass. Now tell me something that I don't know. Oh, good lord. Castro, 500 yen. Thank you so much. Those sloths should be turned into a UNESCO intangible heritage. Use this money for the application. Thank you. Thank you. Then Ross continues. The look is draggy, which is a compliment. You know how you always draggy is used as a demeaning way of describing something. Oh, it's too draggy. It's too, what do they always say? It's too costumey. It's usually not a compliment. In this manner, Ross means it as a compliment. And then he continues. You are like frosting on a balloon, but when someone cuts it, there is no cake. And, you know, in a way, I kind of like how Ross' concept of comedy revolves either around taking it up the ass or making food analogies. And trust me, you don't want to know how these two could merge together. You could go in prison if you're going to look up that. Unfortunately, like he said to Cornbread the episode before, you cannot rely on food analogies all of the time, Ross. You need those peaks and valleys in your critiques, Ross. So, it's basically bullshit. Then we move on to Ava, my favorite. I like the energy, she is a grower, and you already know, you knew this was going to happen because Ross intercepts. Ross intercepts with, tell me more. And you know that behind that thing, what is it called? Behind the panel of judges is basically lubing his asshole already. Tell me more. I like a grower. I would have never known. Good lord. I mean, I don't mind a power bottom, but Ross is like starving for it. And I'm like, Ross, you have the money for it. You have a husband. Good lord. You cannot come orny like that at work. It's not professional. I would know because I'm never professional. Then we move on to Mamaro. You look like a young Alyssa Edwards, which is a compliment, and I'm going to take it. Consider the edit that they gave to Jasmine last episode. So I'm going to take it. That is a great compliment. Damien, £1.79. Orion was supposed to be the Easter Bunny. Oh yeah, she said that. She said that, but it didn't read like Easter Bunny. It read like Sexy Bunny. JP Medina, stop projecting. Am I projecting? Am I? I can assure you I'm not frustrated in that manner. What am I projecting? Well, I don't like Ross. I am sorry. Is so full of shit. Like, he doesn't give a shit. It's like, ooh, what's the check? 200,000 for 5 episodes? Ooh, I'll take it. What do I have to do? Oh, I have to say all of this shit that might make or break people's career and possibility to make a livelihood? Yes, of course I will say all of this shit. Who gives a fuck about all of these people? You know? It's like that. It's like... So I'm like, no. I don't know what happened to Ross, because it didn't used to be like this, but no. Then we move on to Orion. Ross, while salivating. You look beautiful. Your body looks fantastic. And you don't tell me that I am projecting on this. Is being continuously going there all of the time. And then he continues, this is not his favorite spring look, but he understood what she was going for. Probably after reading the production memo, because that's basically his job right now. Unfortunately, Ross struggled with her in the PSA, but doesn't really elaborate on that, which means you have basically Ross saying, oh, you struggled with your PSA. Nothing else. No feedback, no details. There is nothing. We just know that she struggled. That's it. Then we move on to Michelle. There's no energy because of the way you talk. And then again, I am translating for Michelle, because I know what she meant, but she worded it like shit. Because the wording is basically saying, the way you speak is fucked, and it fucked you in the challenge. What she probably meant was your delivery was low energy. But, you know, somehow whoever wrote the production memo didn't think about adding a little bit of those peaks and valleys during the critiques. So you basically end up with Michelle saying there is no energy because of the way you talk. It's like, fuck your speech pattern. And then she adds, she didn't deliver any persona. Because, of course, when you are in drag, everybody knows that. You are not allowed to be yourself. You have to have a persona. That's the old point of drag. What, you are trying to be yourself while wearing makeup and dress? No, that's not allowed. So, you see, these are the same people that, like, 6 or 7 years ago were like, we cannot have trans women in here because that's like cheating. That's like cheating. This is the same kind of bullshit, you know? But, you know, it's Orion, so we need to shit on Orion. Orion is going to go home. Then we move on to Mamaro. Drag should pull out your other self. Do you understand, Orion? Do you understand? And then she goes on. I said, yes, Orion. And she kind of keeps talking as if she's expecting something from Orion. And I had this strong impression, I had like this strong feeling that at this point Mamaro was fishing for something. She wanted Orion to say something. What something, you ask? What you ask? Yes. What something, you ask? Well, possibly something from her medical record, you know, the one that production has. So I'm like, has anyone had the same impression? Because Orion is like, I'm bothered. Orion doesn't care. It's like, yeah, sure. So he doesn't open up. He doesn't give Maru anything. But in this moment, I was completely left with the distinct impression that Mamaru knew something, couldn't say that something, because by law you are bound to secrecy. So you have to have the queen say that something. And Mamaru was like, Orion? What do you think, Orion? And Orion was like, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. So I was left with this distinct vibe. We will see about that, because it will surely come out. Gothboy UK, weren't they old to not be over-animated and show it in their face by Ru during the walk-through at the start? What? Weren't they old to not be over-animated? No, I don't know. I'm sorry. I am too far gone. Anna, that's why Orion thought she did good. She didn't have any feedback. Michelle could have easily said during the recording instead of the critiques. Yes, of course. They didn't say anything. They fucked her over. They fucked her over. You're absolutely right. JP, at least Mamoru gets medicated, so that's fun. Ross just doesn't care for those queens and the art anymore. Oh, no. I have the strong impression that Ross is absolutely in for the check and couldn't give less of a shit about anything but his husband and his dog. And that's basically it. Then we move on to Lady. Ross, the look is campy and I love it. You were great in the PSA, you delivered it like a presenter, and you're a great actress. I agree with Ross. You know, I know. It takes me an hour to explain how much she is self-producing. Still, people look at me as if I'm completely crazy. But I agree, she is a great actress. There is no doubt about that. Then Ross continues. She could really be a player this season. And judging by the amount of time traveling that I found in this episode and all the previous ones, where she had like 7 temporal incursions in the first premiere where she was in, I was like, I kind of agree on that. Maybe she could really be a player this season. I don't know how much, but sure as fuck she is not going anywhere next episode. Also, that is a ton of compliments for Save. But, you know the gist. Michelle, I couldn't hear you. I'm not shitting you. Michelle, she's really like, I couldn't hear you. And I'm like, Michelle, you need to change the battery of the hearing aid. You need to change that. And I know, I'm old as well. I'm old as fuck as well. I never use rechargeable shit. They have like a terrible standby discharge pattern. You do not use rechargeable shit in your hearing aid. You need like the stuff that you need to trash like after a couple months. You need lithium ion. That's what you need. So Michelle cannot hear Lady. Fine. Then she continues. You were emoting. I am not shitting you, she said to Lady. You were emoting. And I really hope that Munich will like catch on this, and edit this with the so emotional track under it. Because it's so camp just thinking about it. Lady was emoting. I'm like, yeah, sure. After 45 layers, maybe. Maybe. Oh, good lord. Oh, good lord. And then because this is not over, because at some point Lady answers and she says, the girls will agree that I am not the loudest voice, but I'm going to work on being louder. And I'm like, the fuck are you saying? You are probably the one that speaks the most in there. You just don't scream while you speak, but you're the one that speaks basically every single Untucked. You are uplifting everyone, yet at the end of it, we found out that 60% of Untucked was you talking about your storyline. What the fuck are you saying? I mean, yes, that's a tough trick to manage. So you have my compliments for that. But then again, this is bullshit. It's like the same way she tried to bullshit RuPaul in the workroom. She's doing the same thing, and I bet nobody even noticed. Apart from Jasmine. Because while she's saying all of this, you see Jasmine popping out and looking at Lady's direction. With this face. She is like, what the fuck? And you gotta love Jasmine for that. You just gotta love Jasmine. You have Lady in there. Well, I'm not the loudest voice. And Jasmine is like, what the fuck is going on? It's like there are 3 or 4 different dimensions to Drag Race, Once you get to the different levels and start looking at things, you're like, this is the campiest shit ever. This show is the campiest shit ever. Nelson, I can't get the image of Ross on all fours wearing that glitter blouse, complaining about his top and eating a cheeseburger at the same time. My God. while dripping grease all over his body. Thank you, Nelson. Thank you for the support. Oh my god. My god, this is not normal. This is not fucking normal. Are we done with this? Oh, no, we're like nowhere near done. Well, let's finish the cryptiques. Then we move on to Bosco. Michelle, you are the only one who did poetry. I don't know what Michelle means by poetry, but I'm sure it's something else than what I mean by poetry. Nevertheless, I'm taking it. Then she continues, she was different from everybody else. Yes, Michelle. Also, Orion's delivery was different from everybody else. But I guess maybe for Orion it was different in a bad way. But Bosco was different. Different in a good way. And that's how you stand out. By being different. I completely agree with it. Until the judges come back at you and say, yeah, you were different, but in a bad way. Because you are Orion. And you need to go home. Then we move on to Ross. I find you dangerous as a performer. You take risks, and it's exciting to watch. So you know the gist. Ross is lubed and ready. And it's like, Bosco, come here. Show Mama Ross the dangers of risk-taking. Rawr. And at this point, I am sure that Ross went to the Miss Relatable school of dangers and thrilling casual encounters, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink. If you don't know what I mean, I cannot help you with that. I'm sorry. I cannot. I really cannot. Then we move on to Michelle. Michelle describes her runway while trying to sound as if she gave a critique. I'm not bullshitting you. This is what she's doing. She literally describes the runway and trying to spin it around as if it is a critique. But it's not. She is just describing what she did. And then Ava, last one. The confidence was next level. And every fucking time I hear next level, that runway from Gigi Good back in season 12 came back to mind. You remember when Gigi was the hero and she came out with this basic costume, theater costume, whatever it was. I think it was for the patriotic thing. And everybody was like, ooh, wow, fantastic, next level. And every time I hear next level, I think about that. And it's a bad thing. It's not a good thing. I mean, Gigi is fantastic. She is a Did you see the live performance at Roscoe from Gigi? She was really good. She lip-synced to a Kylie song, I believe, if I remember correctly. So she's evolving. She's doing her thing. I'm really curious to see what's going to happen with that. But the run on season 12, no, that was not good. That was not good. Now, at this point, we're going to move to Untucked. Before we do that, a couple of comments. Vanessa, you must have gotten good last night from Mr. Invisible with all this sex talk. Spaghetti, we can tell twinks aren't your type considering how much you're fantasizing about Ross. Oh, Spaghetti got me. Spaghetti got me. Ross was like my wet dream like 10 years ago. So, you see? Then, what the fuck is in your energy drink? I'm having to hear Mama Ross with Bosco and Row. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I had a very rough week. I'm just, relaxing, I'm whining, having some fun. This is our, weekly appointment? No, how do you call when you see someone? Like a weekly hangout, Orc Dude, the way they were praising Lady Camden, I thought she might have the win. Very season 8, when Ru was gushing over Thorgy for 2 minutes, then says, Bob, you're the winner of this week's challenge. Yeah, I don't think production was really happy about it in the beginning. At all. And that would explain why she is time traveling so much. One thing I can tell you, I checked Willow's confessional. She almost never time travels. Never. Just once. During this week's mirror moments. Everything else is from the day she filmed. Hector, is the carpet comfortable? Oh, you bitch. Orca, did medicated Mamaru possess you? Johnny had an energy drink enema. Well, I don't know. I'm having fun. I'm filling my hopes. We're doing our review, and yeah, I'm having fun. Come on, you don't want me too serious. I'm boring when I got too serious. Let's move on to Untucked. Now, on the positive side, Cornbread left the workroom by quoting Miss Vanjie. She was like, my ankle. I was having a ton of fun with that. At least you know that she went out with a smile. So this was a positive thing about Untucked. Now, another positive thing was that for a moment, Kimora, Tempest, and James were back. And there is this moment in which James is like, he's joking, you know, it's like, maybe, well, you know, it's because your queens aren't that funny. And for that brief second, it lasts like for 15-20 seconds. The old Untucked is back. Do you remember the old Untucked? When we had a queen saying something. Shady music in the background, and we have 20 seconds of reaction shots of everybody either looking pissed or sipping or bitch facing. You have somebody laughing, you know, the campy old Untucked with that old style that was like 20 to 30 seconds reaction shots. I was living for that. For a moment, it brought back memories. And I was living for that. Problem is, everything else went completely downhill. Now, I don't know if you noticed, well, you all noticed, but I don't know if you noticed how much it actually was. Deja was incredibly confrontational. I don't know what the fuck happened with Deja. It's like they fisted her with hot chilies instead of KY jelly. I don't know what the fuck was going on with Deja, you know? She has it for everyone. She never shuts the fuck up. She is continuously talking, and the more she talks, the more she's digging her grave. She starts with like, she starts by saying, I'm happy that they judged everybody individually so that no one is coasting or getting lucky. And the tone is like incredibly pointed. Then out of nowhere, she complained that nobody was asking about her. Nobody was asking about her. She was expecting other people to ask about her. And I'm like, yes, I get it. This is produced television, so everybody has to ask about everybody else. That's not how a normal conversation works. If nobody asks about you, it means that they're not interested. That's it. So, but I think what she meant is that they are in Untucked and everybody is supposed to ask about everybody. Nobody asked about her. And their reaction was, oh, so fuck my drag? Nobody's going to ask me about my shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? Then, in the meantime, she shades Jasmine, because Jasmine is going to be everybody's punching bag. And she's like, I'm not going to crime. My name is Kennedy. Then she literally goes off on Jasmine because she tells her, you need to fix that thing of talking too much, Jasmine. And Jasmine responds, yes, that is that, but also they want me to start showing myself in a different light. And Deja intercepts by saying, a good one. Then she goes off on Orion, telling her to leave her fantasy, because she asks her, well, does it read like money and spring to you? And Orion is like, absolutely. And Deja is like, well, yeah, live your fantasy. Then she goes off on Angeria, telling her, oh, we want you to go home, JK. And Angeria calls her out. Then she goes on to Lady. No one would believe you're a top lady. Then on Daya, by completing her sentence. And Daya is like, seriously, I'm not you know, just being, and Deja continues with a bitch. And at this point, I was leaving for all the different reasons. But I was leaving. And then she comes from Jasmine again, asking if she absorbed everything that Cornbread told her. You know, if she absorbed the feedback. And she tells her, bitch, you gotta be honest or I'll punch you in the face. And thank Norveg for pointing this out because I completely missed it. You know, of course, the edit cuts her out to make it look as if she's completely serious. I'm sure she's just being like passive-aggressively joking. Nevertheless, it's a shit look. Then she continues to Carrie. Carrie's like, I won't tear up. And Deja is like, oh, good. So what the fuck is going on? Because I call bullshit on this. That's not who she is. That's not who she's been for 5 episodes. And now, out of the blue, she's going to make a 180. Why? What's the point? What gives in here? So, for me, the only reasonable explanation that I see into this is that maybe somebody took her aside, you know, like her producer, for example, and maybe had a nice talk with Deja and calmly explained that, Deja, you're not popping on screen. You're kind of fading in the background. You need to be more outspoken, Deja. You need to assert yourself a little bit more because the other queens are outshining you. They are stealing your spotlight, Deja, and that is a pity because, you know, I cannot do anything about it. You are the one sitting on the sofa. You are the one who is there in front of the camera. So you need to show us how bad you want this. You need to take the spotlight for yourself, especially now that Cornbread is gone. This is a perfect opportunity for a strong character to get a spotlight, Deja, and that spotlight could be yours. And it would really be a shame if a queen as talented as you ends up being sent home. Because you have to understand, Deja, we are making a show here. You don't pop on screen. There is not much that I can do to help you. You know, this kind of conversation that you are all familiar with. If you have ever been bad at a job, you have had one of these conversations already. With a totally different context, but you know exactly what's going on. And this is what I felt was going on. Because there is absolutely no reason for having this much overreaction out of the blue. She has it for everyone. And the more she speaks, the more she is digging her own grave. And the editing is doing her absolutely no favor. The editing is eating all of this up and making it 100% worse. So, I don't know. At this point, we have the part that I enjoyed the most, which was Diabetes. Diabetes is absolutely pissed, and I am absolutely living. Because she starts, and this is something that I don't like, you know? I usually take always the side of the queens. Always, because they are the ones who are getting fucked over 1,000 different times. Then there is that one time in which I will be like, yeah, but. And with Diabetes, I'm like, yeah, but. Because she takes time to shit on Jasmine. She is like, and this I'm quoting, she's like, I'm not complaining about being safe. I am not that girl. I am not Jasmine. You know, this is so unnecessary. Why do you even have to say that? You know, why? Because she's young, she's the punching bag, because everybody's ganging up against her. So everyone decided, okay, we can throw this one under the bus. We can sacrifice this lamb and elevate everybody else. What was the necessity? There was no necessity to say this, but she says it. I'm not going to complain about being safe. I'm not that girl. I am not Jasmine. And what was gaggy was that the edit completely fucked her over, because immediately after you have a confessional from Daya in which she is doing the exact opposite. She's complaining about being safe. And I was living. Because this is not the only time. She does it again. Because at some point the queens are back and Diabetes is like, I'm happy that my sisters in my group, and these are quotes. Okay, these are the exact words. Quote, I'm happy that my sisters in my group are in the top. But I want to know what I need to do better. Because I'm not going to pull at Jasmine and cry about it. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why do you have to shit on this other person all of the time? You want to make it about yourself, just fucking own it and make it about yourself. Then if you are classy, you can do it the way Lady Camden does. If you don't have the talent for that, then maybe just shut the fuck up because you look like shit. That's the point. That's the point. That's this sort of queen-on-queen cannibalism. I cannot tolerate it. Because it's really cannibalism. It's like, okay, who is the sacrificial lamb? Jasmine? Okay, good. Then let's all take advantage of that to bump up our little whatever it is. So at this point, after she says this, the edit calls her out again because we have a confessional from Carrie basically confirming that she is doing exactly that. She is complaining about being safe, she's crying about it, and she's trying to steal the spotlight for herself because Carrie is like, stop complaining about being safe and stop complaining about screaming. Stop complaining about being safe by screaming for attention instead of putting more work into it. And you gotta love Carrie. Carrie is like, Carrie doesn't give a shit. She calls her out immediately. And then at this point, please keep your attention. I know I'm explaining it like shit, but keep your attention. At this point, Maddie tries to actually give Diabetes a proper feedback like she asked for. You know, she said, well, I would like to be on the main stage to know what I'm doing wrong and blah, 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 and blah, blah. And so Maddie intercepts and is like, okay, the problem is that you are bringing caricatures of characters instead of characters. That's your problem. And Daya is like, she completely rejects the feedback, you know? It's like it bounces it off of her. She's like, but it's drag. And it's like, what the fuck are you complaining? You asked for a feedback, somebody gave it to you, you didn't even listen to it. Which means that you are really screaming for screen time. That's what you want. You don't want the feedback. You're not even asking a question, you know? If you don't understand it, you are able to say always, you know, what do you mean by that? What do you mean caricature? You know, give me more detail. If you have a friend that is available to give you feedback, you are allowed to ask for explanations, you know? You're helping each other, but everybody is like, oh, it's drag. It's good like this. It's good like this. So you can come to your own conclusions about that. Let me say one thing. Diabetes is one queen I am not enjoying in the slightest. Chat. I missed a lot of chat, did I? D15. I don't want to be mean in any way, but Daya is poorly producing herself and I feel like she's being kept for the drama. And so is Jasmine because she's a good victim for producer. I agree 100%. Queen on queen cannibalism. Luis Felipe cut today and the challenge making a joke about complaining about being safe. Foreshadowing, I barely know her. Christos, Carrie and Angeria dragged Daya and Daya. Lord have mercy. Orion blamed it on the edit. Oh, it was a shit show. This Untucked was a shit show. Part of me was living. Like drunk me was feeling his life. I'm like, yes, more. But it was a shit show. So let's move back to the main stage because we have a winner. The winner is Bosco. Then Lady and Angeria are high. Jasmine is low, and in the bottom two, we have Georges and Orion. Now, for the lip sync, I don't know if any of you liked it. I was happy about it in general. It was a good lip sync. My problem is that Orion was basically candy hoed. It was painful to watch by how much edited that lip sync was. We almost never see both of the queens on stage. You know, when we see Orion is always either in the background or either in the middle of doing something while we are not shown exactly how much he's actually doing, because all of the time we go back to Georges. It's like all the whole lip sync is like this. Like, it has to be Georges, 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 Georges. You have 3 positive confessionals for Georges and 1 negative confessional from Orion. There was so much editing in this lip sync, and the part that really infuriates me is that, hands down, Georges won this. There is no doubt about that. What was the need of all of this editing, of all of these cuts, of all of these confessionals, of all of those reaction shots from the judges always smiling at Georges? What was the need of all of this? Because I'm quite sure that Orion didn't kill that lip sync, so why did they need to go so hard on it? Well, you probably know why I think it is. I'm not going to tell you, because I also want you to think during this show. So you probably already know why this probably happened, but it was completely unnecessary. This could have been an enjoyable lip sync, probably the best in the whole season. And we didn't get to really enjoy it. We didn't have time to enjoy it. The camera was popping left and right all of the time. It was really a pity, because they are ruining the lip syncs. This kind of editing is ruining the lip sync, and lip sync is like one of the best part of this show. And it's pissing me off. It's really pissing me off. It's disrespectful to us. It's disrespectful to the queens. And, you know, I'm starting to be like, I need a couple of drinks before watching the lip sync, because the editing is going to make me crazy. It's like every fucking time I see a lip sync, I need 15 minutes of Jada and 5 minutes of Gia to recover. Not Gia Gunn, geometric. Good lord. So by the end of this, you know the gist. Orion has to open her chocolate bar. So we need to go to the it's chocolate moment, and then the trombone. And you know, by this point in the competition, Betty must be thrilled. And at this point, you know exactly what I mean by that. So Orion sachets away, and in a moment we are going to move back to our confessional chart and the speculations for the top 4. Chat, I saw a super chat for Damien for £1.79. Thank you so much. Orion is lip syncing before the winner is announced. Orion is lip syncing before the winner is announced? What do you mean by that? Christos, the editing felt like a POV of Maru on Coffee Animals. Castro, Georges will definitely win next suing challenge. Having Carrie tell us before the lip sync that the lip sync would be good pissed me off so much. D15, girl, we know why they went hardcore character assassination, because Orion kept her trauma for herself. D15, you won this week's challenge. She didn't tell them that she was either sad or found her mom. Oh god, no, I cannot read that. Nerdigans, Georges is born to do drag, remember. Oh yes, Georges is most definitely born to do drag. And she's most definitely going to be the young and talented this season. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. Oh, Damien, there it is. Orion was told, you're up for elimination before Ru announced the challenge winner. Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, yes. Before even announcing the winner, the first thing they did when the girls were back were like taking Orion and telling him, you are in the bottom. Next time, spill the tea about your mental illness. You're in the bottom. Then we're going to talk about the winners. But you're in the bottom. Girl, my god. Roman, girl, for $1.99. Thank you. Thank you. Or you could do, Rue says the final decision is her to make, now a chocolate bar decides. JP, Aki is happy with this elimination. Orion is Blair to Aki's Bob. I liked Orion. I connected to Orion, believe it or not, but I connected. So I was expecting to see a little bit more. She was my lovable weirdo, if you will. So, moving on to the speculations. If you don't want any kind of possible spoilers, you should leave, and I will show you the confessional chart. When you don't see this thing anymore, it means we're talking about Drag Race UK versus the world. When you don't see this. So if you don't want the, possible spoilers or whatever, just mute the stream. When you see the image changing, you can come back. Luis Felipe, you are getting your coins tonight. Am I? Well, it's what, my God, these reviews keep getting longer and longer. I'm losing the power of synthesis. Oh, good Lord. Okay, so let's go very, very quickly. So the only negative confessionals that we have are for Diabetes and Orion. Now, I'm happy to see it, as you know. I, of course, wish happiness to everyone. Nevertheless, some people I do enjoy, some people I don't. So, Daya seems kind of shady, as usual, since the outing of Maddie. And, the whole kind of jealousy toward Orion was honestly annoying. Then Orion has some negative confessionals, but you know the gist. It's a nice touch since she's going to go home. Then Maddie and Deja basically disappeared. You see one, I shit you not, you see one confessional from Deja. One. The positive one. Because the narration one is the runway confessional, the one that everybody has. So outside of that, Deja had one confessional. She had half the time of Cornbread, and Cornbread left the competition 5 minutes after the episode started. And Deja still managed to have half the time of that. That's because the moment you look at Deja, it has to be during Untucked, and you have to have zero connection to her. Like, whatsoever. You have to be convinced she's a bitch, she's out of her mind from a moment to another. Deja is literally in a confessional once for 4 seconds, and that's it. This is the worst I have ever seen in a long time. Like, in a long time. It was the only confessional that she has is to cheer for Jasmine during the lip sync for 4 seconds. That's what Deja gets. Okay? Of course, Maddie also almost has no confessionals. She has a little bit more than Cornbread, a little bit less than the queen who actually went out, but by this point we know what's going on with Maddie. We've seen the shade during the rehearsing this episode. We've seen the shade during the challenge the episode before when they cut her line, despite the fact that everybody was leaving for it. So Maddie basically has done her job. And that's it. She is done. There is no point in rewarding her. If anything, they're using her talent, her lines, her funny jokes to uplift other queens and completely forget about Maddie. There is nothing there. She is done. If this episode didn't convince you, I don't know what will. For me, there is no doubt anymore. I was expecting Maddie to have a kind of underdog edit, a kind of weird edit, that they would bring this straight thing and carry it on a little bit more. They are not only passing on any opportunity to reward her, they are literally editing her out of the season. That's it. That's it. Did you know that you type Diabetica? No, it's Diabetes. Oh, Diabetica is Diabetes. Oh, God, no. I fucked her name. I fucked her name. Oh, God. Well, I'm sure there's a reason for that, isn't there? What else do we have? Well, Jasmine and Bosco are the narrators of the episode. I think it's pretty clear. It's like 60% of their confessional is basically narrating. They are basically telling us everything that's happening during the entire episode. In a way, it makes sense because Bosco is going to end up the winner of the episode, and Jasmine, we need to kind of resolve the ambiguity from the episode before. So since she was a villain the episode before, now she's going to be a sweetheart and a comic relief. The moment we move to the next episode, she's probably going to be a villain again. Then what else do we have? George's. George's has the most confessional of them all. It's like triple the confessionals of Orion. So you already see that the moment they, apart from the fact that George's can lip sync, okay, he can deliver a performance, but only based on the confessionals, you can really see that one queen is meant to stay, the other is like, we don't need you anymore. You're good to go. You're good to go. So he gets a ton of character development, he gets a mirror moment. And, Georges was born to do drag, so, he's not going anywhere. And if anything, this episode built his character even more, despite the fact that he was on the bottom. Now, who is going to go home next? For me, there is no doubt that Maddie is completely done. We can put Deja next to it, maybe a last-minute villain edit, a kick in the ass, and then they say goodbye. Could be, but Maddie has something that Deja doesn't have. Maddie already had a mirror moment 2 episodes ago. So Maddie, she was good to go like this episode already. But maybe they needed her a little bit more for a little bit more of straight jokes or whatever they do now. But Maddie is done. For me, there is like no doubt. It would be a pity if they kick Deja out, because going out of the competition from that Untucked, it's not a good look and it could really destroy a career. And from what I got, she is like really a sweet queen. She puts in the work. She is like, I'm not even going to speak up about it. I will do my thing. I will work hard. That's the impression that I have. So I don't know if that's the truth, but I can tell you after that Untucked, if you go home, that's not a good look. You are basically fucked. But for me, they are the 2 most probable one to go. Who else has mirror moments? Carrie, and about trans representation spots. Then Georges has mirror moments, and Willow has mirror moments. So among all of the people who had mirror moments, do you think Carrie, Georges, and Willow are really going anywhere? I don't think so. Either Maddie is going to go home, or they will give a last-minute mirror moment to someone and then send it home. In that case, it will be a surprise, which is not a bad thing. JP Medina, they could get Deja Utica. Their edit is very similar. Yes, but she needs to do something like Utica level. And those things are not easy to do. I mean, you're basically shitting on RuPaul. Fulani, are they keeping Maddie for the Snatch Game? I have no idea when the Snatch Game is going to come. So, I don't know. I hope so, in a way. Because, I mean, he has shown that he has talent. I've seen the lives. I know that she has charisma. But they're cutting her out time after time. I mean, last episode you could say it's a coincidence. And then it happens again. It's like right in our face. You said, oh, this is a keeper. This is a good one, Maddie. This is a good take. We're going to keep this one. And then you use the bad one. I mean, why did they even show us that? What was the point? Did they fuck up in the editing room? Oh, good lord. So, let's move on for the top 4. At this point, after seeing what happened in Deja during Untucked, I would confidently say that the representation spot for the big girl is basically gone. Deja's edit went downhill like 3, 2, 1. There wasn't even time to take a breath. And the only big girl left in the competition had her edit going completely down. So I didn't even think, even if the edit didn't go like this, I don't think that she could ever take Cornbread's representation spot. because she's like a more introverted character. She is like, my work speaks for myself. I am a seamstress, and that's what I do, and that's it. So I didn't think she really had it to get to the top 4 all on her own. But now being switched with Cornbreads, I don't think so. And with this Untucked, I see it even more. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense, especially now that you have in this season a new representation spot. A representation spot for a contestant with disability. Which, if you think about it, what else happened in this episode? Willow got a mirror moment. She got a 3 minutes mirror moment with more character development. You know? So for me, the representation spot for the big girl is gone. Instead, we have one for a contestant with disability. And in that case, it's going to be Willow. I know it sounds like shit to talk about it in these terms, but please understand, I'm talking about it from a producer's point, not from a personal point. Okay? So, at this point, we know which representation spots do we have. We have the black girl not portrayed as a villain. And I think we can all agree it's going to be Angeria. There is not much going around that. Then we have a representation spot for a contestant with disability. So I would say Willow over Diabetes, like, there is no doubt about that. Then we have a spot for a white queen, because a white queen will have to be in there, possibly a thin white queen. And it's going to be decided. I have some ideas of who it could be, but it's not like with the first two. And then we also have a representation spot for a trans contestant. And we only have one left, which is Carrie. So at this point, if I have to make 3 predictions for the top 4, I would confidently say Angeria, Willow, and Carrie. And the 4th queen, who I don't know who it is. But it's probably going to be a white bitch. Gothboy UK, we know what you mean. Yes, I know, but it bears repeating all of the time. Otherwise, people will really think, if they tune in, imagine a new viewer that doesn't know, and only sees, okay, I want to see some speculation, and jumps in here and hears me speaking, yeah, a representation spot for a black girl not portrayed as a villain, one for a contestant with disability. It looks like you are at McDonald's ordering something to eat. Yes, I will take this and I will take that. It's not a good look. It always, it takes 10 seconds. It's always a good thing. So at this point, when we go to storylines and archetype, I think that the hero is basically gone. We don't really have a hero in this season anymore. Maybe it could be Angeria, but I don't think she really fits the role of the hero. She's more like an underdog for me. That's the first thing that I thought when I saw Angeria. That's my first impression. You are probably, people look at you and think, well, you're not one of those perfect 20-year-old glamazons walking on the runway and filling your oats. You are different. Your facial features are very peculiar, and probably people treated you like shit because of that. I think they are lovely. I love uniqueness. And that's, when I see all of that, the first thing that I think is not hero, is underdog. So I don't know if we will have a hero this. But if they do, we're probably going to get Angeria. Now, for the underdog / lovable weirdo or only lovable weirdo, depends on the way they word it, probably only lovable weirdo. At this point, it's going to be she has lovable weirdo like written all over it. Or it doesn't matter how much Diabetes is trying to be the lovable weirdo. There are like 5 queens ahead of her already. And if Willow wasn't there, I'm sure Lady Camden would have laughed at it. So, lovable weirdo, Willow. The redeemed villain, I don't see any. Maybe Jasmine. But, since we already have a young and talented, which is George's, I don't see why they would put George's and Jasmine in the top 4. It makes no sense. It makes much more sense to have just Georges, since she was born to do drag. So the only redeemed villain that I could see, it's Jasmine, but it makes no sense. Then we have a seasonal-long villain, and I hope it's Diabetes. If they do it, I hope it's Diabetes. Then we have the professional. To be decided yet, but for me, for the moment, the best candidate seem to be Lady Candem and Bosco. They seem to be the best candidate for the professional edit. The young and talented, of course, it's Georges. The fashion forward, I could see either Carrie or Bosco in the same spot. For the silent assassin, my best bet were Maddie, Orion, and Deja, but at this point I don't think we're going to get a silent assassin overall, because Orion just went home. Deja got her character basically assassinated during Untucked, and Maddie was fucked over for the past 2 episodes, and she's basically ready to pack everything and go home. So I don't think at this point we're going to get a silent assassin this season. So, these are my predictions. I hope you found something interesting in there. Now, before we move on and do everything else, I see a couple of comments. Let's start the mousy cam. And let's be ready to talk about UK versus the world. Where is... There we go. Okay, so whoever wanted to pause for the speculation can come back to the live stream. Castro, I think Willow might win because we need a new drag mother-daughter winner since Sharon was cancelled and Aquaria is on her own now. I wouldn't mind. Willow winning, I wouldn't mind. JP Medina, Bosco seems more like a fashion forward. She is more of a weirdo hippie. Well, Bosco, it depends on how they are going to portray her. Because to me, she looks like a lovable weirdo. She looks like a fashion forward. She looks like a professional. You know, she has the potential to get into any of these kind of edit. The point is, which one will production choose, if any? That's the whole point. So, let me see if everything is working in here. Who's Willow? Evie Oddly. Evie Oddly is Willow's drag mom. Bosco is also a time traveler. Yes, let's not forget that. Oh shit. Oh my god, Spotty is awake. Where's the mousy cam? She's behind the wheel. So let's wait a moment. Let me get the chat. Let me get the logo. There we go. So you have something to look at. Maybe we should give her something. Fulani, we have disability representation and they have won. Jinx Monsoon with narcolepsy and Evie with her ailment. You are not wrong. You are not wrong. But I think that from a point of view of proper representation spot, it's like it's a new thing. So, or maybe it's just that I never noticed it. That's the whole point. Maybe it's just that I haven't noticed it. Where am I? Well, I'm sitting on the desk, but here. That's me on the side. I am preparing a little bit of a treat for them, so maybe they will come out and you can actually see them. They are really, how can I say, shy. They are really shy. I'm happy you got a mousy cam. Well, that's my partner. He was like, well, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's buy a mousy cam, because he's always afraid, you know, when we go out for like 5 hours, he's like, what if Spotty, there's something going on with Spotty? So he said, well, you can use it for your live streams. And I'm like, well, yes. If you're going to buy it, then I'm going to use it for live stream. Oh, good Lord. Let me bring this a little bit more. There we go. This is the preview for the Sassy Mouse OF. Okay, tell you what, I'll put a little bit of music. Is the stream fucked? Wait a moment. I see very low quality streaming. Yeah, I see very low quality on the stream. What's going on? I can put this down. Yeah, seems better. So, UK versus the world. Well, first I need a pause because I've been talking without a pause for 2 hours and a half and I need to vape a little bit. I need something to drink and I need to go to the toilet. So I will leave you with a little bit of music, the mousy cam, and I will see you back in 5 minutes. And we are back. We are back. Yeah, I gave them some peanut butter with watered down a little bit. Otherwise, it's a choking hazard. but at least you got to see. So, what can I tell you about this damn UK versus the world? I was not gagged, to be honest. I was not gagged because a lot of people said, you know what, since season 14 is getting a little bit boring and, it's basically the usual thing that we get during Drag Race, US Drag Race. It's like they water down the old season to make 2,000 episodes. A lot of people said, you know what, I will switch to UK versus the world. Maybe it's better. And this is the good thing of having so many different seasons of Drag Race during the year. If you don't like something, you can just switch to something else and you still get some Drag Race, which is perfect. The problem is, it's a little bit of a shit show. It's like, I do understand the fact that UK basically said, you know what, we are the BBC, we would like to have one more season of Drag Race as well. What can we do? Okay, let's do UK versus the world. Fine. Who are we going to get in there? Jujubee. And Jujubee has been like in 55 seasons already. She's been on season 2, All Stars 1, Drag U, All Stars 5, Queen of the Universe. And now she's on Drag Race UK. And a lot of people say, well, maybe this is the time Jujubee actually wins something. But judging by what I saw on episode 1, she is not there to win. She is there to shake things up a little bit. She knows how to play the Drag Race game. She knows what she's supposed to be doing in the workroom to make it interesting. And she does that. And I thought, since they are creating this new season of UK versus the world, let's bring in a professional and make it interesting, because probably all the other queens don't really know how to do it. That's why I think Jujubee is there. And if you notice it, when you watch the first episode, she's like in the workroom, out of nowhere, she's like talking, okay, so who do you think is going to be a good performer? Who do you think did good? Who do you think did that? She's basically narrating the season. That's what Jujubee is doing. That's, and we have basically seen everything about Jujubee. I like Jujubee, but we've seen everything from her. So, I'm happy for Jujubee, but at this point I am thinking, what is the point of bringing back the same queens over and over and over again? These queens helped build the franchise for the ground up. Why don't they get a show for themselves? Why don't they come as guest judges? Why don't they come helping the queens doing something? Why don't they come back as choreographers? Why don't they come back as helping for the musicals? Why do they come back as contestants and keep spending money over money over money? It makes no sense. So already I was getting into this season a little bit skeptical, if you will. Then on top of that, Bag of Shits was there. And she was giving us nothing. Girl, she was like the definition of you go girls, give us nothing. And, it's not that I have a problem per se with, what's her name again? Megan. Well, that's how we're going to call Bag of Shits. We're going to call her Megan. It's not that I have a problem with Megan, it's just that she is not funny to me. She is kind of boring, how long is this much better going to be funny? I don't know. And she had so much work done on her face, girl. She was like, if Mariah was in there, you remember Mariah when she was like, no girl should have that much bad work done. You remember, it was season 3. She was talking about the goddess, Venus the Light. No girl deserves to have that much bad surgery done. And I was like, Baga, you were so cute with your everyday's face. You were so cute. Those dimples were everything. What the hell happened to you? It made no sense. It really made no sense. JP Medina, bad guy gave us what the Patreon gave us, nothing. You will never be done shitting on my Patreon. I am trying. I swear I am trying. I wrote a script already. I almost bought a computer. I found an incredible offer. I was ready to pay the money. I was ready. I contacted Monica. That's what's the name of the employee that was serving me remotely. And Monica gave me an incredible offer, and I was like, yes, Monica, I'm buying it. I'm buying it. I need it. I need to edit faster. I need a faster machine. I need something that can help me work at a normal speed that will not take 8 hours to encode. So, Monica, I'm buying it. And then Monica told me, I'm sorry, I cannot give you that offer anymore. So, whatever that was. Yes, absolutely. Monique was playing the game. Monique was playing. Let's go back to UK versus the world. Monique was playing the game. You know who else was playing the game? Blue. At some point, she went to Monique out of nowhere. She went to Monique and she was like, well, you know, there was this time when you treated me like shit. And at that point, I'm thinking, can't you resolve this bullshit in private? You know, you all have Twitter, you all follow each other, send a private message. Why bring it right now and in front of the camera the moment you get some screen time after basically being a filler queen for your season? I was really like, you twink, you're really coming for Monique that way? No, I was not leaving for that. I was not leaving for that. I mean, if you gotta produce yourself, learn from Lady Camden. That's how you produce yourself. That's what a lady does. That shit that I saw from Blue, no. I was not leaving for it. I was already pissed. And then another thing that I didn't like about this episode was the talent. I'm just tired of seeing Queen. I am just tired of it. I mean, at this point, all of the queens should understand the fact that when you prepare a talent for Drag Race, be it a normal season, be it an All-Stars, the point for you is to make an impression, especially on the viewers. We have seen queens making impressions by doing the strangest things. Remember when Manila was painting and then you have, what was it? It was so impressive. When Raja made the dress, you know? Or, oh shit, I have it on. Well, suffice it to say, there are so many things that you can do to pop from the screen. And be funny with it, be campy, or you can also take it in a serious way. You can do that. But lip syncing, or even if you're bringing an original song, this is stuff that we have seen. By this point, Gia Gunn, there you go, Caro, thank you. Gia Gunn when she did the Kabuki number. You know, there are so many different things that you can do to be unique and really pop from the screen. Why not do that? Because at this point, we have seen a lot of talents. When you see a queen lip syncing, I'm like, well, I like lip syncing. I like the lip sync for the crown. I like the lip sync for life. I like the lip sync for the win. We're going to see a ton of that. Why do you bring that from the talent? You are basically lost because everybody is doing the same thing. And that was a missed opportunity. That was a really big missed opportunity for everybody else. I mean, did you see what Jimbo was doing? It's like Jimbo didn't even know what the fuck he was doing. But just because of the virtue of the fact that he was doing something so completely different, everybody remembers what Jimbo did. And girl, you cannot tell me that was not improv. He was basically being like, you know, I'm going to do shit. I'm going on set and do shit. And it's Jimbo, so we live it. But even if Lemon did it, we would have lived anyway. Just because it was something so different. So I didn't enjoy anyone who was singing or lip syncing or whatever it was. I didn't really enjoy it. I was kind of pissed at it. I was like, no, I'm tuning out. I'm tuning out. And I am sorry because some queens were really singing. This is something that I need to praise the UK crew for editing it like this. They still had the backtrack, the back vocals to help a little bit, but they were live singing, and that I do appreciate because we've seen it in All Star 6 again, that queens sing live and then for some reason they decide to simply dub them in post-production. And that is not only disrespectful to the queen, it's also annoying for the audience because then we end up in that loop with people saying she was not singing. Oh, yes, she was singing. No, she was lip syncing. No, she was singing. And nobody understands what the fuck is going on. So I was not really gagged by this episode. And most of all, they sent Lemon home. I mean, you have Bag of Shits right there. And you send Lemon home, and she looked fantastic. Now, I agree that the talent was the way it was, but come on. You have so many filler queens in there. It's unbelievable that it's only 9 queens, and yet 60% is fillers. So, no, I was really heartbroken to see Lemon. She looked fantastic. She has so much to show, and you know, I cannot find consolation in the fact that maybe people will be like, oh, she was robbed, so I care so much about her. That she spent the money. She flew all the way to another continent for competing into this, and you send her home when you have Bag of Shits right there? Makes no sense. It makes no. JP, Jimbo was a cultural reset, how dare you. Rebecca, what do you think of the queens lip syncing their own songs? Well, it's still a little bit better, but it's still not that much fun. Kashmir, Jimbo brought his ham from Canada and sat on it for 2 hours, then offered it to Mamaru. Oh, shit. Shit. What are the filler queens? All of them won a challenge and are fan favorites. Well, for me, Jujubee, Monique, Bag of Shits, Blue Hydrangea, they are filler. Yeah, I think doing an international season, they will want to showcase more queens coming from countries who they want to make more spin-offs of. You know, they are not that well established as spin-offs, because don't forget, this is still co-production with World of Wonder. So it makes sense, for example, to have Pangina winning this challenge. And, you know, I was living for her, but winning? It doesn't make much sense. What's your opinion of Janet Jackie? Did you call it? Did you really call her Janet Jackie? I liked it. It was nothing to gag on, but I liked it. I sure enjoyed it more than anyone who was singing / lip syncing / dancing on stage. Mo isn't filler. Well, it's not a judgment on their personal abilities. It's more about the way the season is constructed. They are not there to win. Production will never allow any of them to win. They are there to fill up the season, you know, to work as a background so that other people will be elevated by contrast. That's what I mean by filler. It's not a personal judgment. If Pangina shouldn't have won, who do you think should have? Lemon. Sue me. Like sue me. Lemon. Yeah. Air Tempest, how do you feel about the talent show basically being lip-synced to a pre-recorded track? And try to do anything, then we'll throw you in the bottom. I will gladly sit on my sofa, living my best life, get a drink, vape, because now I'm a vaping douchebag, and just don't think about it too much. Just don't think about it too much. And probably don't even watch episode 2. I will watch for Pangina and Jimbo. Those are the ones, and Cheryl Hall too. Those are the ones who are I'm actually interesting to see. Again, it's not like everybody else it's uninteresting. It's like that it's not interesting to me. That's, that's the whole point. Galactic Knight. Next episode is Suing Challenge. I bet money, the tops will be Blue and Mo, and the bottoms will be Deja and Cheryl. Blue win the lip sync and send Cheryl home. I hope not. They did that mistake once. I hope they're not going to do it again. I mean, no. Joey, I agree. Most songs the girls make are forgettable, but Sweet and Sour was catchy and the lyrics were smart. There you go. My boyfriend was singing that all of the time. The whole day. It was like sweet and sour. Sweet, sweet and sour. While I was shaking his ass in the kitchen, It was campy. It was campy as fuck. Daniel, do you think Jimbo's edit will go down from here like Aja's and India in All Stars 3? No, Jimbo for me is top 3. And they know it too. I think production knows as well. The Mousies are giving more than this tired lip syncs. How is the quality of the stream? Because in my preview, I see it very, very low quality. So if it starts getting a little bit fucked up, I can always put all of these animations down because, my laptop is the way it is. It cannot have too many things moving on screen. Otherwise, it starts getting crazy. And as a result, my ability to encode the live stream and send it over to YouTube gets completely down the drain. Ecstasy, they will crown Jujubee just to cast her again in an all-winners season. My god. Galactic Knight, let's take a second to notice how all the major placements, top 2 and bottom 2, were all the Queen Ru hasn't judged yet. That's a good find. But I don't think it has to do with a lot, with much of anything. I thought they just took the opportunity to put Lemon out just because she looked beautiful. She could have outperformed almost everyone in there. So they were just like, okay, you go home now. JP, if Jimbo is in top 3, I will throw a fit. Top 2 even, I would say. So talented and funny. Yeah, and so unique. In a season where so many people are doing the same thing, we need Jimbo. Oh, and production probably got rid of Lemon so they can hyper-focus on Jimbo being the only Canadian queen. In a way, yes, but also in another way, I think she has more to offer than a lot of other queens. If anything, because Lemon was hungry for this. I mean, look at Jujubee. Juju is like, she really looks like she doesn't give much of a fuck anymore. She's like, I'm going to do my thing. I know you've seen it 100 times, but I'm just going to do it. It's just going to be another run on Drag Race as usual. But Lemon is like, I want this. I'm going to compete. I will bring new thing. I will prepare. I will buy all the outfits. There is such a thing as being hungry for it. And Lemon was hungry for it, while Juju and Monique are like, yeah, I'll do it, but it's not like I want to win. Missed a couple of chats. Fulani, where is it? Who would have been better choices for U.S.? Anybody who hasn't competed on All Stars would have been a great choice already. But I do agree. No, Alyssa Edwards, they cannot afford it. Naomi Smalls, maybe. Peppermint, she's already under contract for something else. Oh, and, oh yes, I read that. Damien, Jujubee about to die, so Ru wanted her to be happy. Come on, she looks stunning. Orc Dude, I think Jimbo threw the lip sync. There was no payoff for having to send someone home, so why get the bad press? No, I don't know about that, but I can tell you, when Jimbo fell, he really wasn't looking where he was walking. He wasn't. He was, like Georgios would say, he was legit looking somewhere else, and then tripped on Pangina. JP, if it were me, I would make country-specific All-Stars. I enjoy the fact that we have different cultures in there. I think it's extremely appealing if they pull it off. If they pull it off. It's difficult to pull it off, I'm sure, and you know, having just 9 queens, it's not the best start. And then calling it UK versus the world, and you have 3 UK queens, and for some other country you have 1. It's like they're fucking it up. You know what I mean? They're just fucking it up. And remember, they filmed this after UK season 3. Like 3 days after they started filming this. So, Air Tempest, I would say Jujubee is there for a paycheck, but this is the BBC, so you won't even get paid. She's there for exposure. She's working for the glory. That's how we like to say it. Nightmare, I think they eliminated Lemon due to comparison. I think they will highlight Blue. Yeah, unfortunately, yes, I think that too. So they cannot have 2 young and talented. The Vixen, I don't think World of Wonder would work with the Vixen. Galactic, apparently Canada versus the World is already in production, and this time Ru isn't even there. Oh my god, praise be. Brooke is the main judges? So what's the point for the queens who want to be judged by Ru? I don't think anyone wants to be judged by Ru. Gothboy UK, Jimbo fell twice. Pangina saved him the first time, but was bent over the second time. I didn't notice the first time. I have to rewatch that lip sync. Jujubee was there, so probably she told them to get drunk and got what we got. I am a Jimbo stan, but that was rough. Well, yes, it was rough. It was. I will agree on that. The J, they should have waited a couple of months to include Down Under. Italia, España, and add 2 queens from each country instead of 3 from the UK. Yes, I completely agree. I completely agree. That's how you do an International All-Stars. And call it International All-Stars. I mean, the idea of having 1 country versus the world makes sense until a certain point. They could have simply gone, but you know, when you have 1 country versus the world, you get that country to foot much of the bill for producing the season, instead of having to produce all of it by yourself. Also, you don't get the same amount of money back. But then again, at this point, you know that the franchise is expanding, so I don't think they even have enough crew to manage all of these. Castro, show Lemons came through verse to your man so he can shake his ass in the kitchen even more. He was so cute, you know. He was finishing cleaning up. Since we spent half of the afternoon cooking, you know, we made a complete mess in the kitchen. That's what we do. You know, when you are together long enough, that's what you do instead of having sex. You cook together. He was really feeling his oats in the kitchen while cleaning everything. Oh my god. Joey, I understand those stars needs to be different, but I'm so tired of the queens eliminating each other. Oh yes, you reminded me of that. The format makes no sense. You have 9 queens in there. How are you going to eliminate queens? How are you going to do that? Like in 4 episodes, we already have the top 3. It makes no sense to eliminate queens. Why not bringing in a winning system, a point system, a placement system, whatever it is? It makes no sense to eliminate queens when you have 9 queens. It feels like All-Stars 1 all over again. 6 episodes and the season is over. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Blazing, who will get a UK winner? Who do you think? Will we get a UK winner? I think so, because BBC is footing the bill. and they really flopped bad for UK season 3. So if they did it as usual, they probably filmed different winners. One for sure was a UK queen, and unfortunately I think it's going to be Megan. So Rebecca, I don't remember the exact joke, but I laughed when Mo says UK versus the world, it's just like it's always been or something. I don't remember that. Tatiana on this season would have been amazing. She would have been a waste. Next time I want to see Tatiana, I don't want to see any bullshit. She needs to get her spot. Period. She has waited for 10 years already. Sorry, 12 years already, because I'm not even going to count that old bullshit that they did during All Stars. Next time Tatiana comes on screen, she has to get her payback. Air Tempest, I'm thankful for one thing about this season is that people will finally stop this is the Olympics of drag. Yeah, it's not. It's 10. I would kill for an international All-Stars with Bimini. I don't think they can afford Bimini anymore. Johnny, it's a trial season. I agree. I agree. It's a trial season. They're going to see how it goes and then see if they can expand the franchise. Because remember, this is a franchise. At this point, almost a couple $2 billion franchise. I mean, nothing compared to the big companies out there, but it's still pretty good. JP, why we call Deja Megan again? I will let you find out by yourself. When you come on stream next time, tell me what you thought about that. Like, please write down your reactions. Castro, if your UK queen has to win, I hope it's Cheryl. Yes, I hope that too, but you know, we are allowed to live in our fantasy. It's been UK versus the world for centuries. Jujubee, yes. You see, she has that wit, Jujubee. You have Jujubee in a season, you know that you're going to get a good season. Nevertheless, she's not really there to win. I think she also knows that she's not really there to win. She is there for doing a job. And I think that even though the BBC is not paying her, World of Wonder must be paying her at this point. Would be a better payoff for a UK queen to participate, or could you? What do you mean by a better payoff? Nothing compared to the fracking. Oh no. No, that's an insurance. I need Bimini. I need a Wiglet and a Hora in my television screen again. Bring back a Hora, JP. I need more Bimini, for sure. Anita and a Hora? Not bad. Good entertainment. But they were not Bimini. Also, I need more Tia Coffee. Can I please get more Tia Coffee? Her delusion was like fine wine. I was sipping every minute of it. Maxi Colombianos, Jujubee is there for the reading challenge. I'm there for the reading challenge as well. Her Tempest, Juju was on All Stars 1 and All Stars 5 though. Those ain't good seasons. Yes, she was also on season 2. And she became the very definition of lip sync assassin. Blazing, to be fair, Juju also was on the 2 worst All Stars season. Yeah, you're right, but still. If enough people want Bimini back, they would figure out the way, but I need to see her. Tatiana, Anita, and if not Bimini, Tace, or Ahura. Fulani, not Tia Coffee. Immediately after Joey saying, yes, Tia Coffee. Wait a moment, my computer is exploding. I need to remove the chat from here. I need to give it some relief for. Where is it? There we go. Okay. Otherwise, my computer will explode. So what should we do? Oh no, let me read this comment. Gothboy UK. The talent can still be paid and the BBC pays well. It's just that they can't give prices when a show has manipulated editing. That's a good observation. And Gothboy UK is from UK, so he knows about this shit. What I can tell you is that my feeling is that Jujubee and Mo were paid for this. Everybody else, I don't know, but they had to be. What did I want to say? Yeah. Oh, should we give a treat to the mousies? What do you think? Should I start a poll? Should we give a treat to the mousies? That you see, the Spotty is doing fine. Have you seen her like climbing the net like Spider Mouse and going around from one side of the cage to the other on the net? It was crazy. Wouldn't mind seeing Tia Coffee again. Me neither. Imagine if we get International All-Stars and Tia Coffee and Thorgy on it. Oh my god, I'm getting wet already. I'm getting wetter. Mike, loved it when Jujubee was doing her boring song and Jimbo said and she'd hold the lighter up for that. Felicia, Jujubee is there to make sure there is a sensible temperature of 74 degrees. Give treats to the mousies. Okay, let's give some treats to the mousies. So let's see if Spotty is going to come. Spotty is going to come out. Oh, I need a vape. I need a good vape. Oh. You know what I found strange is that this cam has also like a night mode. And we paid like 28 euros for it. It was like nothing. Weasel, stop those feasting fantasies. Oh my god. I think Spotty went back to sleep. Oh, no, she's under the wheel. Oh, there she is. Spot, you're a fat bitch. So, in conclusion, I didn't really enjoy this first episode of UK versus. I was expecting a little bit more. I know I shouldn't. Because I know when it was filmed. I know, the general mood of it. But I just didn't expect it to be so bad. I think the fact that they sent Lemon home so quickly, really, I don't even know if I'm going to watch the next. I'm not really interested. I think like they're probably going to go bag of shits and give her a win, and I will be like, oh good lord. Weasel fisting fantasies? Oh, come on. Come on. Haru, I like it for Jimbo. Yeah, that's probably the last saving grace. She's under the wheel? You ain't going to reinvent the wheel. JP, thanks for the stream. I need to go to sleep. My grandma is going to throw her wood spoon in my head. Thank you for coming. See you next week. Castro, we need an All-Stars Twinks with Lemon back as a judge and Orion as the silent assassin. Oh my god, Orion looked so good this It just looked so. Gothboy UK gave me Christmas special vibes. Well, no, not as bad as the Christmas special. The Christmas special was a category on its own. But yeah, it was lackluster. That's the word I was looking for. It was lackluster. Whistle, why did your mind go to fisting fantasies? I didn't go there. Somebody else wrote it. You are stroking, Weasel. Yeah, well, not necessarily a bad week of Drag Race. We've seen much worse. Like, remember when we had the COVID special last year? Nobody's ever going to top that. Who would? But yeah, it wasn't good. It could have been so much better. And you know, we need more Drag Race so that we can tune out to something else. Sorry, I'm looking at Spotty. She's like, she doesn't eat there. She takes a treat and then goes into hiding. Oh shit. A season with just Joey J. Who could be in the bottom this episode? Who would they send home? On UK? Let me think. Who doesn't make sense from a narrative perspective? Well, they cannot send anyone representing one country home already. It has to be somebody else. So it either has to be someone from the UK or has to be someone from the US. Now, they are not going to send anybody from the US out yet. So maybe Blue is going home? Maybe? No? I'm crossing my fingers. Was Mo Hart okay this? I cannot get to call her Mo. I'm trying. For me, she's always Monique. Even in next week's review, she seems ready to fight. Why do you think she might be in this mood? Or do you think it's just the edit? I think she's playing a character, to be honest, because I don't think she's really excited about it. She was the best looking on that runway. That dress was to die for. So I will give her that. But in a way, I think she's like over it. She's like, okay, it doesn't really matter that much. I have my brand now. People know me now. I'm not struggling for money. I'm not struggling for visibility. I have a platform and, you know, now my talent can speak for itself. I don't think she's really invested in the race itself. She's more like playing a character. So that's what I think about it. Sam, did you know that Joey J is gay? My God. Damien, I need to see Adore Delano and Tatiana on an All-Star season together. Oh, that would be nice for a change. I'm sure Tatiana would come back, and Adore already was available to come back. She just wasn't in the right headspace, but she was almost going to... She said she did a live where she said she almost accepted. She basically accepted until they bitched about her talent. Monique confused me. So they're off the cast. Yeah, she served the first episode. My God. That dress was incredible. Gothboy, when Lemon said in an interview that Mo must have gotten a special bag allowance for her outfits. Oh my God, yeah, the dress was amazing. It was so good. It was so good. Taliel, she was more invested in All Stars 4. I agree. It was still in a time in which she was still trying to build this brand. She was still trying to build her platform. No, right now she basically came forward and said, yes, I changed my name basically for branding reason, you know. So you can see she She's in a different headspace. She is in a different headspace. Kashmir Kitty, in promotional videos for this season, Mo seems so uninterested. Yes, that's the same impression that I had, both from her and from Jujubee. It's like, you know, it's like a paid gig. I'm going to a paid gig. It's not like, oh my god, I'm going on Drag Race. This can open so many doors. The doors are all opened already. They're just maintaining the brand at this point. I love how Gamora and Joey J are the best thing from season 13. Even though they were the first two out. I agree on that. I completely agree. They are the most memorable for me. Apart from Denali. Denali is the winner. Let's not forget Denali. Effects. Joy J threw the first brick at Stonewall. Oh, yes, Nelson, I agree. The US girls are cashing the check, yes. Mike, Aja jumped from a box into a death drop. Lemon jumped into a split. They were both impressive to me. Both of them. And Michelle, my god, Michelle is so annoying. She was like, well, I feel like we have seen that before. And I'm like, Michelle, maybe you saw it once. Why do you have to shit on Lemon so much? There is a ton of shit that you've seen 1,000 times. Why are you not complaining about them? I mean, why don't they pay someone to write proper critiques? You know, you can still get at the end of the episode with basically the queen that you want in the bottom to be in the bottom. But at least put a little bit of effort in the critiques, because when you say it like this, it's just like an insult. It's like, okay, it's time for the judges' critiques, and everybody is in Michelle's ass while she's farting in everyone's face. That's how it feels. That's how it feels. Bailey, Michelle is a senior citizen. Of course she's seen it all. Oh, shady, yes, I'm living. Thank you. Emily, yeah. You've never seen before Jujubee singing. I mean, I understand we have seen it before as a critique. If the theme is do something out of the box, do something unique, okay? If you are supposed to do something that's never been done before, of course I will get it. But other than that, it doesn't make a lot of sense unless it's really something that has been done 1,000 times already and you are basically redoing the same thing, probably even worse. Like I don't know, Karen's lip sync in Down Under. It's the same moves all over again, done 100 times worse. That's I cannot unsee that lip sync. That's the stuff of nightmares. Joey, do you think international girls would do well in UK versus the world and get a chance to go on US All Stars? Because at Roscoe's, Jimbo said she still wants to be on US Drag Race. Well, there is no written book. I mean, it's World of Wonder. They can do whatever the fuck they want at the end of the day. But for a matter of consistency, I don't think that they would allow a queen who participated in another season to actually participate in the UK season. Not when you have an international All-Stars going. Nightmare, everybody clocked the critiques this episode that Michelle critiques could have sent anyone home. Yes, basically yes. I mean, I don't know who told me this. I think it was during game night that people are starting to see all of this bullshit going. And I'm really, really happy about it. Because that's one of the main reason why we have a show like this. The other half is that I can be an idiot every Sunday and have some conversation with people from around the world. That's the other reason. But that's basically the core of this show. Call this bullshit out and force them to bring back quality in this show, which is a great show. I still love this show. I hate because it looks like it's been vandalized season after season. So it's a good thing that people are starting to realizing it, and more people are talking about it, because if you don't force these companies to spend the money and hire more people and do more quality work, they will not do it, because they're companies. Their job is to make as much money as possible, period. Damien, like they haven't heard much better a million times over. Oh my god, don't get me starting on that. I mean, it was funny for like a couple of minutes the first time. Then I don't know. I don't know. I have no explanation for that. I mean, we know that RuPaul sometimes laughs about the craziest shit, and I don't get it. Maybe I should be on the same drugs, and maybe then I would get it. But this much better thing is like, I don't get it. Is there like a cultural thing that I am missing? Because most of the time, whenever I interface with, this channel, I always try to keep in my mind, remember the cultural background. Remember you come from different culture. Remember you speak another language. So I have to constantly ask myself, am I missing something in translation? Am I missing some cultural reference of some sort? So I don't know if this much better thing is something, that has a cultural meaning, but from the outside, for me, it's just annoying. Joey, my best friend refuses to watch any videos about the production side of Drag Race or videos about the contract because he doesn't want to have the illusion ruined for him. I know exactly where he comes from. Sorry, my microphone fucked up for him. Come on, get back here. Come on. There we go. I understand it. But on the other side, I prefer a harsh reality than an illusion. That's not just because it's not just because the show, it's like a way of life. Please give me the truth. I don't care how it is. If I'm not ready to take it, I will just say I'm not ready to take it. But I don't want to deal with bullshit. Plain and simple. Rebecca, as someone from the UK, I also don't get the much better thing. I'm pretty sure they're just forcing it. It feels like that pointing thing with River Medway, that it was fun for like 1 second and then everybody was like, why is everyone living for this? I don't really get it. Blazing, imagine how Lemon must have felt being sent home with Becca in a golden shower dress lamp costume right there. My god, Lemon looked so good and she was sent home. I mean, if that's not a reason to stop watch it, I don't know. I don't know what will. Then, if I have to hear much better one more time, I will scream, oh, get ready. She is going to say it like 3 or 4 times every episode. Every episode. And look at Spotty is living her best life. She's like, I don't give a shit. I am recovered. Stitches have come out. I'm going to run. And nobody can stop me. You know what? I will give her a good check Tuesday. If she is completely healed, I will put her back in the big cage to have a little bit of running. Melanie, I'm British and much better stop being funny before UK season 1 finished. Nerdigans, the Lemon fans sending violent racist death threats to Pangina. I wouldn't even call them fans. I wouldn't even call them humans. When you do that kind of shit, I mean, you are... What are you? That's the question. What the fuck are you? It's a TV show. And by the way, sending people home is like the name of the game. What's the... I will never understand the people that get so crazy. But from my point of view, you have to understand one thing. I am very down to earth. And I do understand that I am a human being. I am limited. I would like to, interface with the world and say, yes, I have the ability to understand where everyone is coming from, and I have it, and I will use it. The problem is, I don't have infinite patience. My brain is stuck to a small place. It's not infinite. I don't have patience for everybody. I cannot offer to everybody. I have to decide who am I going to give it to. And sometimes I will have to look at people and say, I'm sorry, I don't have mental resources for you. I prefer to prioritize them for other things. And when I hear about people sending death threats to our entertainers online, I'm like, I don't give a shit who you are. I'm not going to even try to understand where you're coming from. Just fuck off. I will save my understanding and I will save my patience for other people. And I will understand them instead. Because that crosses a limit that for me couldn't be crossed. You cannot go online telling people I will kill you. That's not how society fucking works. You need to book a therapist right now. You don't need a kind word from me. You don't need to be understood. You need to go to a fucking therapist because you're not well. So, I don't... I mean, to some people you can talk about it. You can talk about. To some people you can make them understand. Let's say it like this. Because they just get carried in the moment. But some other people, when you really get to the point of saying things like that, you're just too far gone for me. I am sorry. I am a human being. I'm not going to lose my patience on basically lost cause. No. I will talk to the people who are like, Pangina is a bitch for sending Lemon home. That is someone I can still talk to. I can still reach in some way. But people who send death threats, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No. The internet is a dark place. Well, sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. It's just that it didn't used to be like this. It's like people now treat the internet as if it's an art. And they don't realize it that the internet is made of people. It's not just, a website. Then you look at the website and thinking, oh, this is not functional. I am on Amazon. No, this packing is not the right one for me. I wanted it to have it as a present or whatever it is. Like the internet is made of people, but people interface to the internet as if it's an object that it's there to entertain them. And when it's not entertaining, they are welcome to do whatever the fuck they want to because it's an object. It's like, have you ever seen a kid that gets like a kid, a kid that it doesn't have the mental instruments yet to rationalize, to be calm, a kid that gets angry to his game and just throws the controller around. That's how I imagine these people on the internet. Mental age, 5 years old. You lost the game and you threw the controller, broke the television, and pissed all over your console. That's how I look at them. Because what can you do about it? It's just that when people decide to act as if they are mentally challenged, I don't know what I can tell you. I don't know what I can tell you. You know what we need? We need a midnight snack. I mean, it's like 2:30 in the morning. We need a 2:30 in the morning. So, tell you what. Do I have some? Because it's Sunday and we didn't go for groceries on Saturday. Damn. Damn. I would really love something to snack. My god, I'm always getting so hungry this time of the night. Oh shit. Let me go in the kitchen like real quick. Maybe there is something. Oh god. I found some ham. No bread though. Better than nothing. What can I say? Nerdy guess the 8 for Maddie has no limit. Well, hate has no limit. Why spend energy and time and resources solving your shit when you can just blame it and project it on someone else? I mean, at some point you can get as angry and aggravated as you want to these people, but at the end of the day, I need to live my life and I need to take all of this bullshit away, so I'm just going to laugh at these people because you're not fucking normal. And Spotty agrees. No pickle surprise to go with the ham? There is... I saw... There are bananas in the fridge. Like, it's not... Like Georgia's would say. Legit. Legit. There are bananas in the fridge. But I need something to eat. Like, I want something. I would cook something. I thought we were having a good dinner, a good sizable dinner, but I don't know. I'm like really hungry. I'm like really hungry. Orchid Youth, I've been high the whole live stream. Munchies the house down boots. Did Jimbo throw you that ham? Oh my god, no. I was living. When she threw the fucking ham to RuPaul, I was living. I was getting my life. Tell me what you want about it, I was getting my life. Oh, the shade. Going to bed. Thank you for coming. Good night. Well, you know, it's like become a constant during this live stream. At some point in the night, I get hungry. So, since last week, I started getting a little bit of different things. You know, first I tried, what was those chips that were so, they were so flavorful, it basically raped my taste buds. I don't know how else to say it. Then I tried some other chips, And then when it came today, I ate the chips yesterday, so I didn't save them for. Jimbo is the complete redemption story. Thank God at least we have Jimbo. Thank God. Jimbo and Pangina. Funny, thinking about the time I stopped watching Drag Race because of the fandom. Was there ever a time you stopped watching Drag Race for whatever reason? Yes, I stopped watching season 11. The moment Scarlett went home, I was like, I'm done. This is not interesting to me anymore. I don't care, whatever happens. And I stopped watching it. It was just too much. It was just too much altogether. Then I finished watching it, of course, like 2 or 3 months later, when I was like, okay, everything is said and done. It already aired. Everything that needed to happen already happened. Nothing I can do about it. I'm going to catch up. But at some point, yes. I mean, it's not that I didn't like season 10, but already after season 9, which was a huge change already for Drag Race, a change for the better, season 10 started to be already lackluster, and then everything that happened in season 11 was so wrong on so many levels. I was like, no, I'm done. I'm really done. I'm really done. Incidentally, that's also when I stopped doing videos that strictly celebrated the franchise. No, not like I do today. Like I do reviews and talk about the edit and talk about the impact and sometimes things that happens outside of the race. I used to do strictly video that celebrated Drag Race, and that's it. And that's basically when I stopped. That's when I stopped doing those kind of videos. Gothboy, I stopped the last All-Stars when Pandora left. It was just pure bullshit. Yeah, but in a way, Pandora was also extremely conservative when she went on All. I do understand why, since what happened in All Stars 1, but also if you are on screen and you are not doing anything, what do you expect the producers to do? You air time while you are not much. I mean, I like Pandora as well. I have like an attachment to Pandora. She was literally one of the first queens on Drag Race I have ever fallen in love with. One of the first queen I really noticed. One of the first queens I knew the name of. So, but then again, if you're not doing much, if you're not playing the game, you know. The mouse is trying to run away. Yes, that Spot. She's always been hyperactive like that. She likes to run, and the problem is that the medical cage, let's call it the recovery home, is kind of tiny. Is like 30 centimeter by 40. It's tiny. For a mouse that loves to run, it's not like the 2-meter house that they have. So she run. That's why she has 2 wheels, so that she can go with 2 different gears, if you know what I mean. And she runs on both of them. My God, Spotty, to think that she was almost not took her baggage. She's a runway lover. You have the nicest mouse cages I have ever seen. Well, this one was like throw in last minute. I can guarantee it was like finished in a day. And it's not even a cage, it's a table. It's a table upside down. We put nets on the side. And this we added before. But then the separator in the middle, that I had to make. The moment I realized, okay, Spotty survived, she needs to be in a place, she needs to be next to it. We finished that part. The cage is something else. Like what keeps me mentally stable. Every once in a while, I just sit there, create a new piece. Kashmir, what do you think about Crystal Versace from Drag Race UK Season 3 self-producing? To me, it's the most evident self-producing so far. I don't know, because I stopped watching after episode 3. I watched the first 3 episodes and then a part of the Snatch Game episode. Snatch Game, the lip sync, and the cryptic. Then I never looked back. Switched to Canada and never looked back. And I was so happy about it because Canada season 2 was so good. It was so good. And I put so much effort in doing the review for Canada season 2 because I loved it so much. Rebecca, do you watch Camp Wanakiki? No, but my partner watched it. Then at some point he stopped because he said it was just too long. It could have easily be, what did he say, a 20-25 minute show, but 45 is too much. And at some point I wanted to catch up, but I never managed to do it, actually. Joey, how do you feel about the queens entering on the main stage? I thought it was so awkward at times with them facing the front of the stage while talking to each other, while pretending to greet each other. It was camp. It was camp. It made no sense, but at this point, knowing that they filmed 45 seasons in a year, what makes sense anymore? I mean, I simply gave up. Fulani, I just purchased WoW to watch Canada and UK. Don't give it away. Don't give it. Oh, you mean what goes on? Don't worry. If you don't want to get any spoilers, I will not talk about it. But I will just say Canada was really good. I'm Hone says, do you know if Cornbread is coming back for season 15? Because Rue didn't mention it. Somebody said before during the review that Cornbread confirmed that she was asked for season 15, but I didn't get any link about it. So the moment I need a receipt. Roman, the Mousies are live audition for RuPaul's Drag Race Vegas Live. Spot is so athletic. Oh yes, yeah. I mean, it's 2:30 in the morning. It's basically afternoon for her. So you should see her in the big cage. Sometimes I go to a corner and I'm like, Spotty! And in like a fraction of a second, she's on the other side of the cage, she's also a floor up. So that's Spot. That Spot. If I want to give her a treat, I need to stay there with my hand for like 5 minutes. Otherwise, she won't even come. Ready, my rat was diagnosed with sarcoma, but Spot's recovery really gave me hope. So active and cheerful. She is also younger. Younger. Why did I assume that your rat is older? Because they usually get this tumor when they get older, like 18 months, and Spot's just turned 1 year old. So, well, I don't know if she's out of it. What I can tell you is that she's full of energy. She is doing her best. I haven't had the courage to actually pick her up and give her a good check, like a good check. So, but at least she's still here. However it goes, it's still a win. If she didn't get surgery, I can assure you she would have been gone last week already. Probably even before. So I'll take whatever I will get. With that said, when I'll check her up, I hope I will find that everything is fine and, the surgery managed to remove everything. Johnny, I think he feeds them energy drinks. No, she has a bottle. You see on the side, there is a bottle with some yellow stuff. those are vitamins. You know, it's part of her recovery. She needs to get a little bit of vitamins. She's been on antibiotics, then we stopped the antibiotics, and now she gets vitamins because these bitches, they don't like fresh stuff. I tried a ton of time to put, you know, a little bit of salad, some fruit, some carrots, some vegetables. They don't eat them. They carry around in the cage, then they rot in the cage in places where I don't even know where they are, and they don't eat them. So, you know what? I went to the vet and said, okay, vitamins it is. Give me these drops, and she likes them. She likes them. D15, wouldn't it have been hysterical if the mechanical elevator that RuPaul was in set off and she went through the roof? And the first challenge was retrieve RuPaul. My God, that was camp. That was camp. You know, the fact that she was like, "Hey, queens, look over here," as if they had no idea that RuPaul is back. It feels a lot like when they have in the very beginning of Drag Race, you know, when they would announce the extra special guest star and nobody has any idea who the fuck those people are, but they have to act as if they are so excited. It was the same thing. It was the same thing. Kevin, vitamins. Yes, no, it's vitamin. Don't joke about that. Don't joke. It's really vitamins. Really vitamins. You never know what caffeine can do to mice. It's different metabolism. It's different absorptions. Sometimes stupid things. You moved from species to species, and the stupidest thing can become lethal. Think about chocolate and dogs, for example. No, it's vitamins. Vitamins specifically for mice. And they're not even that expensive. I think we spent like 10 euros for a bottle, and you like give them 10 drops, change them every day. But the whole bottle, I mean, even with the fact that we empty and change it every day, I think it's probably going to last 3 months. Like, I never finished one of those vitamins. Never. They always expired first. Fulani, I just finished Canada Season 2 and agreed with every lip sync decision and the winner. Interesting, in 2 seasons, they've had 4 judges of color, but US 0. Well, I will be blunt with it. In the US, they also have a thing that they basically cannot change the cast anymore. Because Michelle has to be there because she's friends with RuPaul. And Ross and our god, Carlson, they also have to be there because they've been there for the past 7 years. People got used to them. People like them. I wouldn't mind getting rid of Ross. Michelle, I'm not sure it's ever going to happen. But Ross, yes. Ross is basically it. I think he doesn't even care anymore at this point. I joke about it, but at the end of the day, I don't think that Ross is an asshole. It's just that he doesn't care and he just does what production tells him to do. And at the end of the day, he comes off as an asshole, but I don't think he is. The problem is, if I'm watching this in order to live my fantasy and have some fun, and then you see Ross spewing all of this bullshit, and I'm like, no. Jamie, I've been feeling awful post-flu vaccine all day. Thank you for your stream. Everyone's energy helps so much. You're welcome. If this thing is helping you, whatever you're getting from it, good for you. Good for you. Are you watching Drag Race España? I had a bad burn with Drag Race Italy. I watched 4 episodes. So I'm not looking forward for subtitles. So probably not. If I'm going to catch up on that, it's going to be like in the summer. Kevin, the mouses are lucky to have you too. You know, my partner asked me. He was feeling his oats. He was like, "Yeah, they are probably have the best life of any mouse in the world." I was like, "Bitch, we are crazy about them, but I can assure you there are craziest people out there. Probably people who have an entire room with toys for their mouses. What the fuck are you talking about?" Gothboy UK, just because you want Ross as your full-time houseboy. My cleaning lady. D15, what happened to Todrick? Was he cancelled? Can you replace Ross by Todd? Oh my god, no, I'll keep Ross. Not Todrick. Not Todrick, no. Nerdigans, España is better than Italy. Yes, I know. I know. When you have so many people saying the same thing, it's because they have a reason to say it. I know. But I'm not sure I just don't like subtitles. It makes me crazy because every time I'm like, what did she mean like that? What did she mean by that? Was the translation accurate? I don't understand what's going on. It's like I have PTSD from the time when I didn't really understand English. And I had to get into that mindset of being like, you know what? You understand what you understand. What you don't understand, have faith and belief in the fact that in 6 months you will probably start to understand it and it will come natural from the context. But it takes time. You have to go through hearing the same thing 10 times in similar contexts before your brain makes the connection. And I don't think I have patience for that. I don't think I have patience for that anymore. Joey, on the Roscos this week, one of the queens said they had to film RuPaul telling them about a guest judge, but they didn't know who was coming, so they had to pretend to be excited. I haven't finished the Roscos viewing party yet. I watched like the first 20 minutes, then I fell asleep yesterday night. Jamie, Todrick is on Big Brother. Yes, with Carlson. Good night, Rebecca. Good night. Sorry, I just saw it. Sasha, I have 2 rooms for my cats, so I can't blame or judge you. Yeah, you see what I mean? I also like woodwork. You know, there are really days in which I'm like, okay, I have 3 days free. You know what I will do? I will take out all of the hardware and start building it. And as it takes a lot of time to clean because I don't have a room dedicated for that, but it's relaxing, you know? It's like when you have the weekend free and you're like, you know what? I will just sit with a good book. One that it's not too long, but I can just spend my 8-10 hours reading my book. By the end of the weekend, I'm done and I will be relaxed. It's the same thing. Gothboy, translations aren't always accurate. At least that's what I noticed for Holland, España, and Italy. Sometimes they're completely different from what they're saying. That's the point. Sometimes I do realize that this is happening, that the translation is not accurate, because it happened already when I was learning English. So I know that, and it's taxing. I know that it's bullshit, because the moment you put it on, you're like, at this point, I don't give a shit anymore. I'm just having fun, relaxing. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just not in the mood. They should make dubbed version of these foreign shows. No, I prefer original language. I just want proper subtitles, you know, by people who actually spend time. Because sometimes you have idioms and you have to look for the appropriate idiom in English if you are translating. You know, you cannot go by literal translation. Some things have a cultural relevance. So in order to give the same not having anything lost in translation, you need to have a knowledge not only of the reference culture, but also of the culture in which the language you are translating it. It takes time to make a proper subtitle, and I would like that, and I would even pay for that. I don't mind. I don't mind. I would even pay for that. But I don't want to watching something and constantly be like, am I understanding correctly? Is something missed in translation? Are the subtitles fucking up? Why is everybody laughing? I don't understand what the fuck is happening. Once I get in the mindset of I don't understand what the fuck is happening, I'm not basically even watching the show anymore. I'm just getting drunk while having something in the background. Yeah. I mean, that's how I feel about it. Oh. Blazing, the German subtitles for work bitch is literally go to work, you prostitute. Go to work, you prostitute. Drag Race fans need to be like the anime community and start fan subbing. What's fan subbing? I found a good site that has good translation for the Thailand season. I was terrified that it would give my laptop virus, but it was great to watch. Well, subtitles are free to download. No, they are the work of the people who actually compiled them. So, you know, if they want to give it for free, that's their thing. Dr. Mob Sister 2, thanks for your generosity in shouting out other channels. I have named the video game character Vilma, and she works at the Finger Do Fair. Finger Do Farm. Long live Vilma Fingerdo. And I managed to drag her to a live stream once. So that will always be in my personal Hall of Fame. Gothboy UK, I noticed it most with España, where the idioms were translated so badly. It was so obviously translated by someone who wasn't even Spanish. Yeah, that's the point. If you understand a little bit of the language, maybe you can even realize that something fishy is going on. But if you have no idea what the fuck is going on, you are completely lost. You are completely lost. Then subbing is basically creating their own subtitles and upload. Oh my god, yes. Yes, we need that. We need that. We need that. Yes, I completely agree. The problem is, can you even use those subtitles on the World of Wonder application? Because I don't think you can. I don't think it gives you the ability to load a subtitle. But, you know, let's not talk about that because you know how everyone can find a way around things if they want to. Let's keep it at that. Kashmir Kitty, I feel like a lot of things got lost in translation when I was watching España. but I enjoyed it anyway because it didn't rely on old references from the U.S. franchise. Yeah, I mean, those dated references, nobody understands them anymore. I mean, it was cute 10 years ago, but this point, I don't know. We have a fan sub, RuPaul's Drag Race in Russia. It was pretty neat. I learned English with them. That's great. That's great. If you manage to learn something that makes your life better, and especially if it gives you a meta ability, an ability that helps you building other abilities, like access to the international language, that's like tens across the board. You really won. You really won. Plenty, when fans do subtitles, they usually do a better job because they understand the context. Yes, and they also do a work for passion. It's not that they're just trying to get to the check, they do it for the passion of it. So I completely agree that they will usually and most likely do a better job. Jason, I'm so happy I caught the live chat. I've been house hunting because of eviction. So my time is everywhere at the moment, but I do love our live chats. Yeah, I hope you get a little bit of luck with that because you deserve it. You deserve it. I've never been evicted myself, but I've been in situations in which you need to get out of that house. It was other circumstances, but I know how the fuck it feels. It feels like you are fucked. So you really have my best of luck with that. Castro, subtitles in Portuguese are really funny. They actually use Brazilian gay lingo. I mean, I don't even know the difference between Spanish and Portuguese, as you learned last Sunday. So the best subtitles are Munis videos. Oh my god, I shit you not, a lot of what we are watching during dinner is Munis video. It's like we are binge watching all of them. Like, did you load a new episode for dinner? Yes, I did. Okay, good. What's your number one drag race? Always season 2. Always season 2. The only word I learned in Spanish is a word I can't use because I'm not a gay man. Thank you all so much. I love this community and how you make me feel seen. Don't worry. I mean, we are all invisible in a way. So it's nice that we have a space for getting our own visibility. Like, we are all faggots. We're all idiots. We're all drunks. We're all awkward. And, as long as we have fun, doesn't matter. Translation was wrong because it means queen in the way they used it. Johnny Boy Toy, we all know season 6 was the best season ever. And I will agree with that. But season 2 is the one I am emotionally attached the most. Cat, I just joined and I'm only like 27th place. Joined what? Slur, not slut. Oh my god, did I say slut? Yeah, my mind works in mysterious ways. Best Untucked season. Anything before season 7. Like literally anything. You can watch any episode of Untucked before season 7. It's always campy as hell. Especially the first seasons, like when they really didn't give a shit. It's like the internet didn't even exist. They went in Untucked and literally tried to kill each other. I was living. I was living. Castro, please say EA Gretchen Akantora. I love Gretchen. I just love her. We have Polada on the Discord. She changed her name to Grechada. And she always posts gifs. Oh shit. The interior illusion lounge and the gold bar. And the gold bar. Is everyone enjoying Willow's twisted sensory? Oh yes. Yes, absolutely. Season 7 and Katya's ductwork. Season 7 with Katya's time travel. It was a different kind of Untucked. It wasn't bad, but it was different. The last typical Untucked that we got was season 6. Up night. They should have won that challenge. I'm sorry, they should have won that challenge. No love for Raven. Saying that Nicole Page Brooks has acrylic toenails. Complaining that Nicole was like making a pass at her. And she was not happy about it. She was not happy about it. Oh shit. Long, these chats are the closest thing I have to a queer group of people. You're welcome, you're welcome. Don't worry, you're not alone. I don't have fag friends outside, like in the real world. So, you're not alone. Cuckoo. Fix your mug. Spot is for from Bethlehem? Spotty. I think Spotty went to sleep. She had like a good run. She had her treats. She made her appearance. And now she's like, I don't give a shit anymore. I'm going to sleep. I'm so hungry. My God, I am so hungry. I need to go out for more food in the kitchen. Maybe I will have that banana after all. You know what? I should probably play a little bit of a track because I found something, but it's going to take a couple of minutes. So let's put something in the background meanwhile. Here we go. We are back to the mukbang channel. I found some Mexican rice. I'm going to have that. Oh, a super chat. Ready, thank you for 250 rubles. Rubles? Is it rubles? Your angry moaning got me desire to buy pizza, so here we go. Thank you. Deja, you should have a live Kiki one day on the Discord, maybe during game night, so we can troubleshoot how to do it. I will volunteer my YouTube page. You mean redirecting the Discord to YouTube? This music is popping like Soju says, I'm eating, see? Don't worry, I used to watch Dr. Pimple Popper while eating. It doesn't faze me in the slightest. This rice is good. Like very spicy, but really dry. Should have been a little bit more moist, if you know what I mean. Zen at Taco Bell. You know, this is the point of the night in which I could really get a couple of nuggets. You know, doesn't need to be chicken nuggets. I like the soy one even better. But it's like this kind of finger food, you know, that fills you up. That doesn't take like half an hour to eat, like chips, for example. And yeah, midnight snack. Yeah, in here too. In here too. Yeah, I should read the comment. Goth by UK, glue traps are already technically illegal for using rodents here. It's only for flies. And here too. It's considered a method of torture. not a way to get rid of pests. And if you ask me, it is. Absolutely. I do understand that pests can sometimes become hurtful, even to a business. You need to deal with it. But there are humane ways to do it. So there is literally no excuse. Oh, if you could do it, if you like having guests, yes, I would love to. That was also one of the reasons why I was looking forward so much for a new computer, because it could handle all of that. You know, it has the computing power to have 2,000 different things opened and then redirect everything, and it could have had different audio streams and ways to manage them. That's one of the things. I think we could do this still on the laptop. The problem is there is a very high chance it's going to be a shit show, like last time. I think the biggest problem we have is that not everyone knows how to maintain speaking turn. And this is not like there is nothing personal with it. But one thing is talking for talking to each other's, and another thing is talking for talking to each other's while there are other people listening as well. Like when you are a spectator, you don't even think about it too much, maybe. But if you watch live streams from people who are like 6, 7 people, you will always find things like nobody is talking for too long. Like everyone talks for about 30 seconds, 1 minute, then and tries to confine whatever they want to say. They actually put active effort, find what they want to say in that time and space, so that someone else can then jump in and put their 2 cents. And there are such things as proper speaking turns for an audience. Otherwise, nobody understands what the fuck is going on. And we don't have that. Like, let's be honest, we don't have that. So it's fun while we do it with each other's, but then people won't understand a fuck of what was. Castro, it's the best midnight snack. You are full in 5 minutes and have them all the nutrients. A nut mix. I think you're right. And Deja, I know I overtalk others all the time. I have been working on it. No, not just you. You are not the tip of the iceberg, Fantasia. Not at all. It's also something that takes practice. No, it takes practice. You're not born with it like a natural ability. But one thing that I did realize once I started to do the live streams, even the smallest things that feels like they are the smallest things while you're having a conversation with someone, the moment you look at it from the perspective of a third person, of a viewers, even the stupidest thing can make something unpleasurable. Like imagine a small humming sound, or the audio of the microphone before I changed the microphone and got a new one. Remember the last live stream that I had so many audio problems, it made the live stream unlistenable. And I do understand that people who come here every Sunday and they got used to the live stream and they like the live stream, they really don't care if the audio fucks up every while. But that is like an added bonus because everybody else. Oh, Tara, thank you. I'm broke and far behind on this live stream, but I send you love. Thank you, Tara. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I appreciate any effort. I know there are people who are like, what is that? 50 cents? I'm like, I don't give a shit. Any support is good support. Thank you. Like, really, thank you. What was I saying? I completely forgot. Oh yeah, that live stream was a shit show. And you know, sometimes like this microphone, for example, it's not that expensive. I think much was it, like 40, 42.90, 43.90, something like that. It was not that much when you think about it, but the moment you take the time to set it up a little bit and learned a couple of tricks on how to make it sound good and how to set up your environment, it's a totally different thing. Like, you don't hear any humming noise in the background if I am not speaking. I can also speak like in a softer voice, like with this tone, and you still hear me. So, it's little things, but it's little things that makes the experience of people that spend like 5 hours talking to you and you don't sound like a punch in their ears. Yeah, this rice is incredibly dry. I'm like choking. But yeah, I wouldn't mind having people in the live stream, not just from the Discord itself. At some point, I would really like to start inviting other creators, do collaboration. Since we have these things with these content farms that are definitely coming, there is no doubt about that. I don't know how many people know it. I said it only once, but I will say it again. I don't think I said it here on YouTube. When this channel was monetized, before I started doing the live stream and and actually talking on the show, years ago. Then it got demonetized, and then they remonetized us. Was it a little bit less than 2 years ago? But the amount of money that YouTube pays you on the advertisement raised by an order of magnitude, which means what you earn today per click, you heard 10 times less 3-4 years ago. So it's definitely a new market. And one thing is giving each other shout outs and so on, but starting to do actual collaborations, it doesn't need to be anything fancy. Like, okay, let's say one time you come to my channel, one time I come to you. You don't even need to be like, okay, let's split money, let's split. One time I'm your guest, one time you're my guest. And you start connecting to each other's a little bit more, strengthen each other's a little bit more, so that we don't all have to rely on this fucking algorithm that gets game time over time and over time again. I would also like to do that. The problem is my hardware doesn't support it, not in the way I would like to do it. That's why I was ready to invest in a new computer. And I am still ready to do it, but I'm not willing to throw away money. I want to pay things the right price. And I found one. Fucking Monica. I told her the night before, I want to pay. I want to pay. Give me a method of payment. I want this. Shit. Roman, I want to make a slight joke about your rice and you're choking. Go ahead. It's like 3 in the morning. We don't care anymore at this point. I keep getting slaughter-faced recommendation on YouTube, even though I selected do not recommend this channel. You're not the first one. That's what happens when you game the algorithm like really well. It would be a gag if at the beginning of this episode, RuPaul announces that James, Kimora, and Tempest are all joining the comp. My god, can you imagine? I would be living. Well, Cornbread is gone. Something has to be done. Can I tell you something? This sparkling water with a little bit of lime inside, it's so good. It's so simple and so good. I feel so fancy, you know? But it's so good. Feels so fresh, like summer. Oh yes, this was amazing. This moment is sponsored by Utica. Oh shit. Alessa might return. No, I don't think so. After the way they edited her. Or maybe yes, because it would be a complete 180, you know? It would be complete shock value. Somehow it also feels too good to be true. Maybe they'll bring back Elimination. James should replace the hilarious Ross Matthews. I agree, but this is too good to be true. It's too good to be. I mean, we can live in our fantasy. Yes, that is for sure. But I don't know. They have so many good queens. Why don't they capitalize on them? I don't understand it. Give them some shows, give them something to do. It's like they have them compete over and over and over and over again. And you understand, there is a difference between seeing, for example, a queen coming back for the 4th time on All Stars and seeing Denali on All Stars. Denali on All Stars makes complete sense. Another queen from All Stars 1, for example, doesn't make that much sense. I mean, this, like, more seasoned queens, they need to have their own show. They need to really come back and have a function in the U.S. season or the All-Star season. And, you know, it's like a promotion, you know? You've been so long in this franchise, work your ass off, and then you get something out of it. You have like an evolution, you know, professionally. That's what would feel correct. What it doesn't feel correct is when you have queens competing for 10 years in a row in 4 different franchises, and all the time they need to spend a lot of money, all the time they need to give up gigs, all the time they are always on the brink of being like, okay, if I'm portrayed like shit, my career is over. No, it looks like the only one who got something out of it was Raven. She's the only one who got something out of it. She became RuPaul's makeup artist, she got her own show, that's it. Everybody else, whatever. Sebastian, hello everyone, I'm a little late, but I just wanted to say hello. Well, thank you for coming. Don't worry if you're late. You can watch whatever you want whenever you want. But thank you for coming anyway. Gothboy, I think they were told to be shady. James is such a sweetheart. I agree. He was edited like that. I agree. Which, think about it. You are a guest and they are still editing you. And you're a guest. Sen, we would love to have the hilarious Ross Matthews.
Because he definitely is a comedy queen, right? And not replaced him. Because he's just so funny. Well, he used to be funny. Something got lost along the way. EOP, I was gone for 2 hours and you're still here. Yeah, these things go on for the whole night. I mean, there is something that you need to understand, okay? At some point, I started making, because last year I was making, after taxes, about 50 cents per hour from this channel. Now, I'm making on average €1 per hour. Which means when you put it all together, I'm basically taking every Monday off. That's the point. I am not working on Mondays anymore. Which means that live stream usually used to last for 3-4 hours on Sunday. And now we basically go on for as long as I want because I don't have to wake up early tomorrow. I'm going to sleep the whole day. So I'm like, you know what? I have one moment in the whole week in which all the work that I put on the channel actually gives back something to me. You know, like I can come here, I can talk as much shit as I want. You guys are living, talking shit with me, and I'm, you know, filling my hopes, vaping a little bit, eating something in between. So, you know, that's why these live streams are starting to last, you know, much longer because I'm sleeping tomorrow. As long as I feel like being here chit-chatting, I'll be here chit-chatting. Rue gives Ross a wig and makes him join the competition. Well, we need a filler queen. Oh, shit. Shit. My mind went somewhere else. Let's gloss over that. Sebastian, Carlson could be the only judge and I would love it. Oh, yes. Yes, Carlson and some other queens, some new queens. Sen, I never thought it was funny. Like, he had a couple jokes in the beginning, but that's it. I mean, he had his own way of being funny. I thought that the introduction, like, ooh, the hilarious Ross Matthew, I think it was a little bit tongue-in-cheek, if you know what I mean. But since he kind of lost passion for it, it really changed my perception of Ross. I really used to love Ross. Didn't care much about Carlson. And then it completely switched over time. Oh, Jamie, don't do that. Don't do that. No, I'm not going to read all of that. How dare you? Say the forbidden words. You know, when All Stars 5 came around and we were doing the live stream, we were like 30 people, maybe 40. And we had a deal between each other. We never mention Miss Relatable. We never do that. With UK, it's going to be the same. A little bit more difficult to apply it because there are much more people now. We don't say much better anymore. That's like, no, we don't say it. Don't worry, Gothboy, don't worry. He has that all covered. He has it all covered. Your mind go to Ross in Orion's bunny costume? No, my mind go when I said we don't need a filler queen. my mind immediately answered, not even a filled up queen. And I was like, I cannot say that. But then I realized it's like 3:30 in the morning. Nobody cares anymore. Blazing, Ross Peach grocery story to Monet was gold. What was that? Patricia, we don't talk about we can talk about Vega. We just don't say much better. We could say meta. No. I mean, I'm joking, of course. Who are the top queens who should return to judge? Winner minus Bianca and Bob as starters. Ooh, that would be a great start. But trust me, depending on the challenge, just get the queen who is best at that specific thing. You know, we have many different queens, and personally, I don't care who you bring. You know, I don't have like, oh, this is my favorite, I want to see this specific queen. Of course, I would like it, but it would be, I can settle for any queen. Just bring them back with a proper paycheck, you know, and the proper function in the season. And I could settle for anyone. Really, anyone. Even Delta. Maxi, regarding the lack of charisma Ross now has, I think this has to do with the weight loss. The weight loss is more secure, therefore the jokes don't come out as naturally as they used to. Well, I can tell you one thing. Since the weight loss, he immediately became less attractive too. So that might have to do with something. But apart from that, I think he really looks like he couldn't care less anymore. You know, it's not like he was that funny before, but the overall attitude, there was like an excitement, you know. I don't know if he was happy to have a steady job, or I don't know if he liked the franchise and was happy to be on it. But there was an excitement between, and at the end of the day, you're like, well, it's okay. You don't have to be like really hilarious, but you're a pleasure to watch nevertheless. Because if you're having fun, I'm having fun as well. And he kind of lost that. Kind of lost that. It's a reference to a cartoon musical. Okay, okay. I don't know which one, but I'm taking it. Oh my god. We're getting crazy. Jinx would be a good judge. Jinx would be a good anything. It's like she would be good no matter what. Violet for the main challenge would be amazingly iconic. There you have it. You know, there is so much that you can do if you have the creativity and you're willing to spend a little bit of money. You know, you need to you have a business, you need to reinvest. You cannot always cut short on anything, you know. Get the queens, pay them $200 per episode. No money for buying clothes. No money. You are cutting on everything, and you are literally getting hundreds of millions every single year. So, you know, invest a little bit. Pay $20,000 a queen to come and guest judge. You know, she will be happy about it. She will tell others about it. She will talk good about you. Instead of being forced under the fear of being cut out from the franchise, she will really go out there and praise your glory just because you paid her for a gig. And she also got exposure. It's not difficult. I don't know. Sometimes I find it really puzzling. Especially, yes, Emily. Especially since a lot of the celebrity they invite, they don't even want to be there. Yeah, and I think we are all thinking about Alicia Keys. She really looked like she was like, I'm going to fire my manager. I'm going to fire him. If you want the girls to cry, get Violet on the ball challenge. Castro Bandela could judge any challenge. If we switch her for Michelle, most people wouldn't even notice the change. You gave Michelle a huge compliment. Like a huge compliment. Fantasia, I think they're trying to get crossover fans, but funny enough, the celebrities don't advertise that they will be on the show, which is, I mean, it's good payback. That's exactly what they deserve. I mean, we have Drag Race girls who have become celebrities in their own right. Let's start with them. That's plain and simple. You don't need to pick up these celebrities who we don't know, like that Sarah something that made a cameo in this episode. I have no idea who the fuck she is. So, I have no idea. You could have already brought back any other girl, it would have worked anyway. Galactic Knight, if you could have a dream cast of Drag Race for anything, what would it be? That's a hard question. That's a hard question. But I can tell you, it would be filled from queens from season 1 through 7. Especially those who haven't been on All Stars yet. Because I'm literally starving to see them again on television, knowing that their life could really change for the better thanks to the franchise. Because those girls helped building the franchise. So I think they need a chance at exposure. And I would already be happy. No? If I really like a queen, I can always go online. I can always follow them. I can always find things about them. They don't necessarily have to be on the show. But being on the show, it's the best thing for them. Because once you get that kind of exposure, if it's a good one, it can literally change your career. Since they didn't have this chance before, because the franchise was not established. So literally anyone cover from season 1 through 7, I'm happy already. I'm happy. Oh, Lani Love, don't get me started. No. Then they can put a trash can instead of Michelle and you wouldn't even notice the difference. And you know what's the funny thing about Michelle? That when you see her outside of the race, because a ton of videos have been leaked over the years, and you actually see how she behaves toward the queens, and then you have a lot of queens who actually spoke about it. She cared a lot, and in a way, I think she still does. But the franchise reached a point in which it's like if you're a judge, you have to do what you have to do. And no question about it, because if you're not on board, we will just get rid of you. And I think, in a way, Michelle kind of bent the knee to that. It's like Michelle and Ross are tired. They're just tired. They're like, okay, I worked my ass off all of my life, and I am 50. What do I have? I have this gig on this incredible franchise in which I don't have to actually work that much. You know? Like I have to perform. Somebody puts me in makeup, somebody chooses a nice dress for me, then I sit on a chair and talk a little. And I get to be a millionaire because of that. So you know what? Tired. Let me get the check. That's how she looks like. But she didn't used to be like that. That is something that we know for sure. Oh, the Sarah lady was a singer. that used to sing the saddest song with the SPCA with sad dogs and it makes you cry. Okay. I don't know. Somehow I just way I am, but it's really hard for things. I usually cry for things that nobody cries about. I get emotional over the most absurd shit. And then when things are supposed to make you cry, I'm mostly laughing. Alicia Keys hated being on the show so much. She exposed Diabetes being the season. My God, don't remember me about that. Don't remind me about that. We are episode 5 and Diabetes is still there. Diabetes is still there. But at least, she is kind of getting a villain edit. Because I could have been really pissed with that underdog bullshit. Our extra special guest judge, Nicole Page Brooks. Yes. Yes, Nicole deserves it. Nicole deserves it. I liked Merle. I don't know if it's because that's how I got to know Drag Race, but I liked Merle. She was very down to earth, very relaxed, very direct. Then I know exactly what you're talking about with Michelle caring for them. I've seen videos, and it's just as you said about her and Ross just not caring anymore. Yeah, a lot of queens really. I think the one that everybody got to know was Adore. Because Adore was like, what are you doing, girl? When she was trying to convince her to come back to the competition, and she talked about how different she was, how supporting she was outside of the race, and then once she was there, judging it was a complete different thing. Goth by UK, Michelle was really a darling. We spoke on Twitter quite a lot. Her husband even followed me. Once Drag Race got internationally huge, she started acting like she was the shit. Yeah, I mean, Mariah Balenciaga may have called out Ru. May have called out Ru. Then I think that's why I don't particularly care for her anymore because of how she is on the show. There was also something going on Twitter. Well, this is Twitter shit, so take it with a grain of salt. But there was someone, I don't remember exactly. Michelle said something, and someone else intercepted by saying, it's easy to say that when you are a millionaire, to Michelle, which she is. And Michelle was like, yeah, but I work like everybody else and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, bitch, there's people waking up at 6 in the morning doing jobs where sometimes they don't even have a proper pause to go to the toilet and they earn minimum wage. And they come back 10 hours later and they were not even paid for overtime. And you're going to come with all of this bullshit saying, yeah, I work just like everybody else. Yes, your work has value, just like everybody else. That doesn't mean that you put the same effort as everybody else. Or that you got paid as fair, as more or less than everybody else. Because there's literally people working for peanuts and working their ass off. So it was a shit show. I don't remember exactly what it was because usually when I see this kind of shit, either I make a screenshot and I save it, or it starts fading in my mind because you cannot always keep remembering this bullshit. You're just going to end up triggered, and then you become bitter, and then you basically spend your time complaining instead of having conversations with other people. So at some point, it's just something that I learned once I started becoming old as fuck. Just push it out of your mouth. Fulani, there were some crunchy dips in Canada's Drag Race. Lupithia looked like she was breaking multiple body parts. Well, Georgia's cartwheel was crunchy as hell. I mean, there is a reason why we call crunchy splits the goth crunch. It's a goth crunch. Judges are just overproduced as the contestants. Special guest star Alyssa Hunter. My god, poor Alyssa. Poor Alyssa. You know, what's funny? I love getting impressions of new things, you know, because I'm like, you know what? I'm going to leave my fantasy. Then if I find things that change my mind, I can change it. I don't have a problem with it. So when the first review, like the first live stream, and I was talking about Alyssa, this didn't make it the final cut in the actual episode. And I was like, you know what's with Alyssa? She has like a resting bitch face. So she looks like she's constantly bitch facing. And this is not really helping the edit because she's giving the editors a ton of materials. She's basically always bitch facing. And then seeing everything else, I'm like, she really popped out of the screen as a person. You know, I was expecting like this queen behaving as if she was the shit. Instead, she was one of the queens who behaved in the most humane way out of all of them. I mean, there are like 3 or 4 queens this season that really behave like humans. One of those was Alyssa. FX, the judges need to show more vulnerability. I'm stealing that one. I am stealing that one. Oh, San, I saw the Twitter too about Michelle, and it also adds to my hatred. Like, I worked during times at school, and I had to miss a lot of my senior events to make money. Yeah, because there is this thing in the U.S. that you actually have to pay for higher education, which I find mind-boggling. I really find it mind-boggling. They need to start crying for the camera. Jamie, I'm a teacher. I will happily cry for the camera. Well, if you get paid millions, why not? Why not? Bob, the judges need to overcome their inner sabotage. Xian. I agree with you on Ross needing to go. I'm so tired of hearing him make the same. I forget which one's Tia and which one's Tamara joke every makeover episode. Yeah, at this point I don't think it's even their material anymore. I think it's like a 100% a memo from fiction. Like literally. Melanie, being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, someone dresses you, does your wigs and makeup, while someone tells you what to say. She probably doesn't even have to drive herself to the studio. Yeah, that's the point that I wanted to make. That's the point, you know? And in a way, I also understand that at some point you reach a certain point and you're like, yes, okay, it's true. I basically don't do shit and get paid a ton of money. But I put in a ton of work before. It's like I didn't just appear at this point, I put a ton of work before, which I do understand as well. I mean, I should know. So, but you cannot just forget, the fact that other peoples are still in that situation. The point is, don't brag about shit and don't try to behave as people who clearly have way less than you. Period. That's the whole thing. Nelson, higher education is a business, and my God, what's not a business in the US? I mean, that's really the dark side of that kind of culture. That like everything in it is a business. Education is a business. Health is a business. My skin crawls only thinking about that. Would Michelle be famous without RuPaul and Drag Race? She was famous, well famous, before RuPaul and Drag Race. The problem is she was like a one-hit wonder. Over time, it didn't translate to a proper musical career, not the way we understand it today. So, in a way, yes, she is where she is exactly because of Drag Race. It's time to shit on the US. Well, listen, the moment you start looking closer, you can find a ton of shit on every country in the world. I can assure you that. What I find boggling about the US is that they are strangest among the strangers. I don't know if it's like an idiom in English as well, but this is how I feel about the US. Like, it's the most powerful country in the world. They have one of the biggest economy in the world, and they have never signed like what was it? The agreements on children's rights. And I'm like, how the fuck is that possible? And you can literally be left dying in the street because you don't have money for a hospital. How is that possible? Those things are mind-boggling. Or the fact that you have to pay for an education, and not like paying like, you pay a little something because you need to pay a little something. No. You need to pay as if, like, you need to pay. You need to take student loans of 150,000 that you cannot even avoid with bankruptcy. It's mind-boggling to me that a nation that advanced would have stuff like this. I don't understand it. For me, is as mind-boggling as it is mass surveillance in China, for example. Oh my God, maybe I shouldn't say all these things. But it impacts my mind in the same way. I'm like, how is it even possible? How is it possible? It makes no sense. Or the fact that you can bribe politicians and it's completely legal. It's like, hey, I give you $2 million for making laws that are good for me and fucking everybody else. And in the US, it's like, yeah, it's normal. It's financing. And I'm like, in here, it's called corruption. So there are these things that I find mind-boggling. And that's it, because then when you look closely, there are a ton of things that works amazing in the US and work like shit in Europe. Like in here, if you need to start up a new company or start up a new business, it will literally take you years to get funding, to get it started up. In the US, you can really go like this. It's business, yes. Can we make money out of it? Sure. Here is money. You know, it's completely different. In a way, sometimes it feels like there is more than just one ocean separating us. And in spite of all of that, we are still the same people, which is something that I find amazing, you know? So it's strange. But the important thing is that coming from different cultures, we always interface without prejudice. Like, I want to be free of saying the perceptions that I have, knowing that they come without how is it called? Without, when you feel like you are judging something. Well, they are done in good heart, let's say it like. Jamie, tuition is 6,500 for 10 weeks. Oh my god. Oh my god. So it's 26,000 per year, basically. Multiplied by 3 years, 5 years is 130,000. That's crazy. Without prejudice, thank you. And the most strange thing of all, queer icon Miss Piggy. Xian, there's a higher education emergency relief fund going out to colleges in the US, but the payments are only about 800 per student, basically a stimulus or something. I think there are some things you cannot just put a price on, and you should not put a price on. Now, in a way, you are also forced to put a price on, because when you're thinking about a doctor working, he needs to be paid. So you need to put a price on his work. But one thing is having to pay a doctor, and another thing is having to make health into a business. These are two different things. You always see them as if they are overlapping and one thing only, but they are two different things. And frankly, I don't think that's a good thing for health, because you would just end up in a loop in which you pay more and more and more for things that could be relatively cheap. Like there are some medications that are incredibly cheap to make, yet somehow the market makes them incredibly expensive. Or, you know, going for a visit and find out that the doctor has an incentive in performing different kind of surgeries. That scares the shit out of me, you know, because there is a business in there. Or finding there are stories of people in the US not calling an ambulance because it's not covered and it would be too expensive, because somehow it costs $1,000 to call an ambulance. I'm like, it's a fucking ambulance. How can it cost $1,000? Well, because the whole system is a business. So you have, you know, all. It's great. It's great. It's great. But I don't want to keep going on that, because otherwise the people from the US feel like I'm picking on them. So let's go to something else. We need a little bit of lime water. Nelson, you're picking on me. You're right. You are right. It's just that I know more about US culture because I interface with that culture the most. Like if you asked me, for example, Brazilian culture, I wouldn't know nothing about it. And maybe there are things who are even worse, but I just don't know. I just don't know. A little bit of lying goes a long way. Yes. But Deja, are you practicing for your commercial? No, because did I tell you? Oh, yes, I told you. So I can explain for everybody else. At some point, I realized, you know what? I'm going to buy this fucking computer. But I don't want to spend the money from the channel that I saved for taxes this, because some of my taxes I have to pay nevertheless, regardless of how much I make. So I saved everything from last year to cover this year taxes, so that then everything that I get from the channel, I can use it for taking a day off work, for investing in new equipment, stuff like this. And then I realized if I want a new computer, I need to use all of that, but I saved it for a security. So you know what? I'm going to start looking for sponsorships. Since nobody is contacting me, I'm going to start looking actively, going out there and start asking different companies, do you want me to sponsor you? Hopefully things that I believe, things that I believe in, things that are not fucking over anybody. So, and I found a company which actually contacted me back and said, yes, of course, we would like you to sponsor us. The problem is that they offered me like almost nothing, and I was like, no. I would do it, but I would do it for this respectful compensation. And they were like, no, thank you. And listen, I don't like to use, let's speak clearly, okay? I don't like to use this community to push shit that I don't even care about just because somebody is paying me to push shit and I need the money. I don't like the idea of it. With that said, I'm willing to go down to compromise if I need to go down. But still, at a reasonable thing. Like, I'm not going to push shit on people for $100. If I have to do it, I want to do it like 3 times, and then I have enough money for buying my computer. And then we're done with it. You know what I mean? So that's my ideal of the whole thing. And I know what you think. Take the money and run. We don't care. I do care. I do care. So unless I get in a situation in which I'm like, you know what, I need to buy a house because I want to build a family. Now, in that case, I don't give a shit. If it's not gambling, I'm going to promote it. So it didn't go. It didn't go. So I'm looking for new avenues to get a little bit more. And we'll see how it goes. Better help. No better help. No. That's not something that I wouldn't do. HelloFresh. Why not? That sounds good. League of Shadow Legends. No games with gambling mechanics. Absolutely not. It has to be something legitimate that doesn't fuck over people. Like, I wanted Audible. I really wanted Audible because I think it's an incredible service. I think it can have a cultural relevance because people are not reading anymore. But the moment you have audiobooks, it makes it accessible for everyone. So I would love to sponsor Audible, for example. I believe in that. I think it's a good thing. So, this is what I would like to do. But, most of the times what you would like to do is not what other people would want. Sen, good night. Thank you, Sen. Thank you so much for coming. See you on game night on Friday. Roman, McDonald's, Nelson, Amazon. Yes, I know Amazon is the way it is, but you know, Audible is something, it's still part of a company, but still, at least it's something you believe in. If you're looking for a brand to be sponsored by, just ask the queen of sponsorship, you are. Jamie, I just realized I only make $222 after rent and tuition. I'm so happy I'm graduating. Oh shit. Different ages, different needs, same shit. Coffee, what you would like to do is not necessarily what you're going to do. Until a certain point. It's not like we still have live streams. We still have videos. We still have all of these things. It's not like it's a do it or die kind of situation, you know. With that said, I'm really tired of working on a machine that it's slow as hell. Sometimes I really want to throw it out of the show. Thank you, Falker. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We will see. We will see. It looks like more people are tuning in, which more people means that you get a little bit more from advertisement. Now, it's nowhere nearly enough to make it a part-time job, but it's more than before, which is a good thing. Also with that, more people join on Patreon, which is good as well. But in order to get like a sponsorship that pays you good money, you basically already need to be at a point in which you don't need it already. The moment you start making 50,000, 100,000 views per video, you already have more than enough to basically be paid as a full-time job. You don't need and that's the moment when sponsors actually start to reach out and pay you the proper amount of money when you don't need it anymore. So that's kind of the conundrum of all of this, you know. We have Fantasia sponsor your chicken nuggets. Coffee, a little bit of ads goes a long way, boosting you up when it's click and pay. Ooh. Puerto Vallarta resorts. You're going to land something big for sure. Ooh, baby, I'm prepped and lubed. Bring it on. No, but you know, it's when I started doing this fucking channel, I had no idea you had to do so many different things. There is just so much that goes around it. At some point, I'm like, how do people manage? How do people manage? And it's two of us. Don't forget about it. You interface with me. But there is another person back there that compiles confessionals, that discusses idea with me, that reviews my scripts. So, you know, it's even two of us. So, I don't know how people do all of it. I don't know. Does Silky really have a PhD? I don't think so. I think she said she was offered to do one, But in the US, basically doing a PhD, it's like free work for up to 8 years, I think. Here in Europe is paid work for 4 years. Roman, don't tell me twice. Dracula will sponsor you. Don't you stop shitting me. I would sponsor Dracula if anything. Jamie, you get paid? Yes, of course. Of course you get paid. I mean, you are working. You graduated, right? You have your master degree. So, yes, you get paid. You don't get paid like as if, you already landed your dream job and whatever it is. You get paid reasonably to, live within reasonable means. Okay, but you get paid. Yes, Green Goddess, you're right. It depends on the kind of PhD, depends on the kind of university, depends on the kind of country. But as a baseline, on average, you get paid. And if you don't get paid, you surely don't pay to do it. Blazing, I got to go to work in 5 hours. You are crazy. You're still here. Go to bed. Go to bed. Gothboy, PhD pay is crap. Yes, I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to say that, but it's enough to live on, especially when you think that some people have to pay for doing it. In the UK, you get paid 5,000? Damn, per year? The least I have known of is like 13,000 per year. Like the minimum. I need some more lime water. One moment. Gothboy, many places expect you to be working alongside the PhD, so they treat the payment as a bonus. Well, it is basically work on top of everything. So it's only normal that you get paid. Worse than it's worse than a full-time job. Basically working 12 hours a day, but you can live on it. Say it like I like that Blazing is in that phase of his life when he's like, you know what, I'll stay awake for 30 hours. It's okay. My body can take it. And then he sleeps for 12 and then stays awake for another 40 hours and it's completely normal. Favorite Drag Race season? Season 2. Always and forever. Always and forever. Blazing, that's not incorrect. Guys, you have to try cold carbonated water with a couple of slices of lime. Not lemon, lime. It feels so fancy. And it doesn't get you drunk. Because usually when I have lime, it's because I am having a mojito. Because, yeah, I'm a complete faggot, so of course I love mojito. The problem is they get you drunk. Which is a good thing in the moment. It's not much of a good thing the morning after. Oh yeah. Gothboy UK, yeah. They expect a full-time job on top of everything you do in your spare time. Yes. To that, I completely agree. I'm selling shit tonight. Fantasia, what am I selling? Oh, the lime water. I can make it like a brand. Top lime water. It takes away your thirst. Mojitos are great. You have excellent taste. Excellent. Spotty went to sleep, didn't she? She just ran for 5 kilometers on the wheels and then basically went to sleep. Well, good for her. Castro, going to eat lunch and start work. Good night. Thank you so much for coming. See you next Sunday. Felicia, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate all the hard work you put into your videos. Wouldn't enjoy Drag Race as much as I do if it wasn't content creators like yourself. Thank you. Thank you so much, Felicia. Thank you. A little bit of coins goes a long, long way. Oh, good Lord. Good Lord. We need a little bit more of this. Follow the Alright. Goth boy, I'm old too. Some might say retired. Oh, come on, don't exaggerate. You can't be older than Fantasia. I mean, she's as old as time. Everyone knows that. It's like when she walks, she's like, I think I stepped on something. What the hell? I keep stepping on things. And then she realizes it's her tits. They basically reach the ground. And she's like, every step is a struggle. Oh, the lazy kids in my households are gonna need all the help. Alicia, I've been listening while cooking, cleaning, and feeding the cats and the dogs. You know, I always find it amazing that people can listen. I mean, I enjoy doing the live streams. I'm sit here having the time of my life. I read the comments, talk about whatever I want to talk about. I still find it incredible that people can just listen, you know, and get entertained from that. I find it amazing. I find it amazing. I understand the chat. You know, there is the interaction. We talk to each others. I read the comments. You talk to each others in the comments. But knowing that, you know, you really have people that listen to it while doing other things, and like the way I listen to music, for example. I find it amazing. I find it amazing. I'm very happy about it. Felicia, when is your birthday? It was in December. It was in December. Fantasia, those were your tits. My tits might be big, but they are very firm. I can guarantee you that. Coffee, another season I'm watching exclusively through the Sunday chat. Oh, ready. It's 6 a.m. in my place, and I didn't do anything useful. Fulani, I do the same thing. Cook, clean, and close. You know, one thing that since I started doing, like, it's the episode. It's the episode. Because I didn't used to do them. Like when we started the show, it was season 12 and All Stars 5. But I tried to do some episodes. It was too much work. Then I started only doing the live stream. And life was still pretty much normal at that point, because basically I would prepare them Saturday and Sunday, and then, you know, the rest of the week is life as normal. Then I started releasing the episodes, because that's what attract new viewers, what goes with the algorithm. You know, it generally, people don't click on 6-hour things, you know. They might click in order to join it live, but listening later on, it's very a niche of a niche. So I started doing this damn episode, which means that at some point I didn't have time anymore to do things in the house. So my partner has been covering my ass for the whole year last year. He's been doing like 90% of it. So we started this year saying, okay, we need to optimize more. We need to do better. We need to, you know, I became better in doing the lives and cutting them and editing them and everything else. I became more efficient. But we came to a point in which we're like, we don't have time to properly clean the house. So we started developing a plan to keep the house clean so that we properly clean like once a month. And during the whole week, we do maintenance. So you see me waking up in the morning, and I'm like completely half asleep, with a coffee in my hand and the portable vacuum cleaner in the other. And that's my morning routine. You know, while I wake up, instead of sitting and staying at the computer, I go with a portable vacuum cleaner and clean up every day the shit that's around the house, so that I don't have to have like the weekend where you have to completely vacuum the whole house because it's a shit place, you know. So we're doing maintaining, and let me tell you something. Keeping a place clean is so much less effort than actually cleaning it. It's like my mother told me that since I was a kid, but I never understood it until last year. Believe me on that. It's like, and you don't even think about it, you know? You just do a little bit of vacuuming here and there, 15 minutes twice a day, and the house stays clean. You don't put too much shit in the house, you be a little bit careful. The bathroom you still have to clean every week, that is for sure. But it saves you a ton of time, actually. It saves you a ton of time. Alicia, can you pass the tit pencil test? If you put a pencil under your tit and it stays, you have saggy tits. I don't have tits big enough to have an underboob. I mean, I'm still fat, but I am not like that big to actually have an underboob. Coffee. I wish we had a top network to hire each others. Remember this time last year we were crowdsourcing for graphic designers for top, and now I need one. You know, somebody actually wrote me on Twitter, and it was so cute. I don't know if it was a he or a she. Let's call it a he. And he wrote me, well, I follow your live streams. I know that you need an editor to cut a little bit of time and so on and so forth. So I thought I can edit. I thought I can help. Maybe I can, do a couple of videos and you see how it is, and then we can find a solution for each other's. And I was like, this is really nice. But when it's good, we make like 2 euros per hour. When it's really good, we make 2 euros per hour. I cannot afford an editor. And in good conscience, I cannot ask anyone to work for free. That's something that you don't do, period. But it was, it was really cute, And then I was like, well, listen, if one day things change, I will surely go back to you. And I will surely will. Because it would be great to have the possibility to subsidize the editing, so that I can deal with all the creative parts. That's the parts that I enjoy the most. So, but it was really cute. It was cute. I really appreciated that. Fantasia, telling lie you can fit a cucumber under there. Fantasia is like, she doesn't give a shit. Gothboy, a top network is called Grinder. Oh shit. Oh shit. We need more lime water. More lime water. Oh, sorry, we say it like the guy that refines precious metals. 3 tips. More lime water. Oh shit. You know what we need? We would need a good cigarette. I would love a cigarette. Right now, I would love a cigarette. Because I did buy cigarettes like 2 days ago. I had like a terrible, terrible day. Like it went downhill on so many different levels. And I've been saying many times, you can quit smoking for years, and then when too many shit happen all together, you're going to crack. And I did crack, but then I gave the package away. So basically I smoked like 8-9 cigarettes. But I would love one. I would really love one. But it's mind trick. Just vape. It will go away. Shion, Lime water. Take a shot every time he mentions this water. You should trust me. Try it. Try it. Try it. It's amazing. But you don't even like sparkling water, Fantasia, which I don't understand. Sorry, did I say water? I mean water. I'm not shitting you. It's like water is so endearing. It's like this 60-year-old man who has all of this kind of professional equipment to refine metal, and it's super entertaining. Like, if you cannot fall asleep, I would suggest go to a channel called 3 Tips and watch one of his refining videos. They are like, all of them, they are like 40 minutes. Like, I used to watch pimple popping channels, then I realized that they trigger me. No, then they don't trigger me. They don't relax me anymore because they do it in a way that I don't really like it. Because there was this woman that I was following called Josefa Reina, and she stopped making videos, so I had to find something else to fall asleep. So I found this channel that does metal refining. And this man is super endearing. He is super endearing. And they go for like 40 minutes and it's perfect. It's perfect. I pop one of those videos, put the laptop on the chair, get to bed, and I fall asleep right away. Fantasia, make a poll and see how many people want to drink this lime water. I agree. A little bit of frack. Always a little bit of frack. Take a shot of lime water every time he mentions lime water. I mean, can you believe when I am obnoxious like this and I am not even paid to do it? Can you believe the kind of superpower, the kind of sponsoring superpower that I could be? I mean, I'm a gold mine. I'm a gold mine. Jamie, they're never actually as satisfying as I want them to be. You see, that's the point. They always have this glove wiping and they never properly squeeze everything the way that they are supposed to be doing. They don't properly clean up. They seem to do more damage. And I'm like, it used to be relaxing when Josefa was doing them. I loved it. But everybody else, it's just no. I'll stick with metal refining. Shion, we should make the Chop bingo card with lime water, cigarettes, nuggets, and spot. As long as it's not frack water. Yeah, my god. My god, frack water. Oh my god, Gothboy UK. My god. Don't forget the cucumber if we can ever find it again. Dr. Mop Sister, have you really go a lousy cam or is it just a photo? No, it's a real cam. I can show you my lime water. Where is it? This is my lime water. Lime water. No, my God, can you imagine if I had like a static picture and then I would call it a mousy cam and put it in there to try to fool everyone that it's really a cam? I mean, come on. Come on. I mean, if you say that you don't have things, people, will be like, "Oh, okay." But if you try to pretend like you have things, trying to bullshitting people, no. No, I don't do that. I don't do that. But yeah, the mouses went to sleep. Unless that's Wilma over there. No. Lousy cat. Looks like pissed. Oh my god, Goth Boy UK. Muted for 6 months. Okay, so the poll has ended. And what are the results? 75% are craving lime water. There you go. There you go. There you go. Everybody wants lime water. Oh my god, Fantasia, get over it. Fantasia's been, yeah, I'm going to read it, yes. But get over it. Fantasia's been for like 1 whole year. She's been like, oh my god, Peppermint livestream is not really a livestream, it's recorded. And she is pretending in the recording to be live. Because she wants to appear as if she's doing it live. But it's not really live. And I'm like, bitch, who do you think you're fooling? It's been like this for all year. Get over it. Yeah, some people do shit that they shouldn't be doing. That's it. Is it sweet and sour? It's sour. It's just sour. Because you not only have sparkling water, which is a little bit sour on its own, just on its own, but then you also have the lime in there. And you don't need to change the lime. Like, this is like the 5th glass, and it's still infused with lime. It's lime water. Oh, Dr. Mop Sister. I was just joking. Yeah, yeah. I was just. It's okay, I'm shitting with you. Don't worry. 5 people said that shit is gross, and I agree. Well, there are grosser stuff. I mean, okay, I'm not going to go into detail, but you know what I mean. Why are you whispering? I don't like to be lied to, sir. I joined the Patreon and she was lying to me. Oh my god. Yeah, but it's been a year. Come on. If you put it like that, I should have delivered a video from the Patreon last month. I still haven't done it. What should I say? Well, it's 2 different things, but Wax free lime? What's a wax free lime? Diet Pussy! Diet Pussy, welcome! Fulani, I love infused water. I have some ginger root out there that I need to add to my peppermint water. There you go. There you go. I like that too. Sayel, Jada is winning all winners if she's there. You bet she will, and she deserves it. She deserves it. Lemon contains a lot of vitamins and minerals. It's pretty good for your health. Just be careful with your teeth. I completely agree. Not too much sour. And if you do, be sure to remineralize your teeth thoroughly. That pussy, a drag race review at 4 o'clock in the morning. This is what I signed up for. I mean, the drag race review part ended up like 3 hours ago. So, you know, we are at a point in which we are drinking lime water. That's what we are doing at the moment. And talking shit about peppermint because Fantasia can just let it go. She cannot let it go. Fantasia, you get these words every stream as well. You answer my calls. Don't talk too much shit. You see, Fulani use limes as well. There you go. They taste better. They taste fancier. For some reason, they are even more expensive. Nobody really understands why, but yet they are. Sweet and sour. Sweet. You know what else I like to go to sleep? Coating they put on the circus shiny. Oh, okay. Well, good night. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. I watched the Baumgartner Restoration channel. It's like a guy who restores paint. And he does it like in this kind of ASMR kind of narration. And they usually last for 40 minutes. So I watch that when I go to sleep as well. It's so relaxing. I think the guy knows because he didn't used to be like that. He became like that over time. Once he realized that 90% of his audience are people who have trouble sleeping. Oh, coffee, my god. That's shady. I bet our houseboy just hit record and said, Pep, you're live. Oh, shit. Melanie, Blues UK Season 1 Snatch Game character talking about cream up her horse is in Ross Matthews' porn collection. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's really 5 in the morning, isn't it? We're just completely unhinged. We just don't care anymore. We're just talking about whatever. Okay. It's like, Melanie, you didn't even put a 0 instead of an O in porn. It's like I love the audacity. I love that. I am surprised that the algorithm didn't block it. I am surprised because they usually block this sort of stuff immediately. Roman, thank you. Whisper sweet and sour into my ear and say it slowly. Oh my god. I need a little bit of lime water for it. Weed. Oh shit. But thank you. Thank you for the support. Ooh, a mouse wake up. Who is it? Oh, good night, Coffee. See you next week. Or on the Discord. The YouTube chat seems to allow a lot through. I've read some idiot stuff on lives before. Yeah, that's a good thing. It means that they are allowing context to actually come through, which is not a bad thing. You cannot just block things based on words. But you never know. Oh, there it is. There it is. She had a little bit of vitamins and now she's going behind the wheel. Oh, Spotty. You scared the mice? I didn't scare the mice. She woke up on herself. Somebody's waking up. It's the lime water. Fail. I wonder if the Abby made RuPaul's weird noises over coffee when he heard Lemon's song. Maybe it was the loud cat noise. Oh, my little Spotty. My God, I better never have kids. Get a heart attack. Do the ASMR. I don't know. I don't think I even have the microphone to do the ASMR. I mean, I can speak in a lower tone. I think it's even better for my throat, but I don't know if it comes, the way it comes through. You can even hear anything if I am more relaxed. Maybe you would fall asleep. No. Shian, loud cat. Oh, cat noises activated fight or flight, and that's why she woke up. Oh, baby. No, it's just that, it's mice. They have this kind of metabolism. So they wake up, eat, they run a little bit, they go back to sleep. And they wake up again, even more, run a bit more, then go back to sleep. They don't have like cycles like we do. They have a totally different metabolism, way faster one. Which also explains how she managed to basically heal so quick. I mean, her skin is basically almost completely healed. When I checked her, when was it? Tuesday or Wednesday? Half of the stitches came off and the skin under was completely healed. Her fur is taking longer to actually grow back. Funny, I was in Twitter jail for a week talking about a TV movie trope. Bury the gays when discussing LGBTQ plus individuals in the TV show. No context. Well, Twitter is crazy. Twitter is just crazy. And people who spend too much time on Twitter become crazy. It makes you crazy. Ready, my rats are awake too. I would love to have rats. I would love to have. They are like the best of both worlds. Because they are as clean as cats, but they are as smart and attached as dogs. I would love to. I would really love to. And I'm also starting to convince my partner because he's really freaked out about the thing. With mice, he doesn't really care. With rats, it's like, but I found him watching rat videos more and more often than usual. More and more often. Wind of Gust. I like donuts. I would love one too. Do you have one? Fantasia, so how much poop do you clean every day? You mean for the mousies? I basically change the towel at this point, every 3 days, 3 or 4 days. I change the towel under it. When she had like fresh stitches, I changed it every 2 days. Try to avoid, as much infection as possible. It depends on how often Ross craps on the floor. That's the best answer. Yeah, Gothboy UK, that's the best answer. Yeah, Maxi, I had the same impression, but it's speculating on people's mental health is like something that, due to the nature of the thing, can be perceived like really badly is not the word. I cannot find. So I had the same impression. With that said, let's let it rest. If something comes out, we can talk about it. Like when Jasmine, a lot of people were speculating on Reddit, some people here in the chat, and then Jasmine actually came out and said, well, yes, I was diagnosed with an attentive disorder when I was 17. And it takes, and then you can open the conversation and say, well, yeah, there are these things that now make sense. And that is one thing. But when you do it before, it's like, it feels like gossiping about something incredibly. So try to skate around it. By the way, I reset my password for the Discord. Oh, I have guinea pigs and I have to spot clean their little mats constantly. I don't know. An animal that small produces that much waste. That's because they have a very, very fast metabolism. Not like us at all. Granny, we reached two limits of the conversation when we're talking about animal shit. Probably. Could be. That pussy Orion mentioned it in her last post that she struggled with depression during the season. Was she diagnosed? Well, we'll see how this evolves. See how this. Anyone watch Call Me Mother? Not yet. Not yet. No, at some point it was funny in the Discord. We were doing like a game. And I remember saying, why didn't we put Call Me Mother in there? Somebody said, did it air already? It's already over. Yeah, I like Orion too. I vibe with Orion. Like we are on the same length. That's the feeling that I get. Of course I don't know it. But the feeling that I get is like, yeah, everything is in the right place. I had Pussy. I was worried it was going to be. It was a great season. I was worried it was going to be as bad as season 13. Season 13 was so bad on some. Which is a waste because, yeah, the queens overall, they didn't vibe with each other very much. Casting didn't really do a good job because taken on their own, they all had their personality, they all had their thing going on. Um, but you need a certain kind of chemistry. You need some kind of queens vibe together a little bit better than others. So I don't think casting did a good job to begin with. Then production didn't do a good job, especially in storyline production. The whole redeemed villain from Candy didn't work like at all. And then it was just so long, so unnecessarily long. It was, I think, the worst season of Drag Race ever for me. Something that I'm never going to rewatch, no matter what. It's just not going to happen. By comparison, season 11 could easily get a Golden Globe. Ryan is in her own world, and I love that about. Me too. And I can relate to that as well. Yes, I loved the runway. I really loved it. Emily, Orion is struggling with addiction and homeless. I didn't know. Did she release like an interview? This from the, because I don't watch anything from World of Wonder apart from the main season. In interviews, all the cast mentions Orion is always high off her ass. Diet Pussy, unpopular opinion, season 13 had the worst top 4. Well, it's not unpopular on this channel. If you go to my top 4 review, I literally start the review saying this is the worst top 4 in history. It's like, it really was. I mean, and at the end of the day, you also have to consider the fact that as bad as it may be, they all made it up there. So they all claw their way to an opportunity. So hats off to you, but still incredibly lackluster. Like incredibly lackluster. Didn't we all watch season 3? Yes, unfortunately, yes. I also reviewed it, which means that I watched every episode at least 3 times. Which was something. Definitely something. You could tell that by half of the season, I lost it. At some point, I completely lost it. We have to watch the reunion. Oh, no, I'm not watching that. No. You know what we should watch? The Meet the Queens from season 11. The live one. With Aquaria and that other guy. I don't remember his name. Adam something. It was in the Olympic? Cannot remember. Adam something. It's the one that kept saying, I love that. I love that. I love that. Ooh, I love that. I love that. That guy. He was that guy. I loved the season 12 reunion. Incredibly, the lockdown was the best thing that happened to Drag Race in a long time. Because the moment everything went in lockdown and they had to do the season 12 reunion remotely, and then they had to do the lip sync for the crown and the final episode remotely. That was peak of the season. That really was the peak of the season. Felt so intimate, felt so real. It was really good. I really enjoyed that. I enjoyed it so much. I hoped they would bring back the format, but they didn't. They didn't. I mean, whatever the queens were doing in their living room during season 12 was 10 times better than whatever we got for season 13. And that fucking bubbly bounce sparkling water and Jada outside. Oh my god, no. No. Nerdigans, losing cornbread means we lost a member of the A team, I know. Adam Rippon, there you go. Thank you, Felicia. Fantasia Star Booty is the next live reaction. Oh my god. Oh my god. We need to embarrass Duraludon a little bit more. I remember Utica's roast and the 100% Our Love lip sync. Your love. There you go. Yeah, Utica's roast was legendary. It was legendary. I also lived for Tina Burner's can commercial. I lived for that. It was really memorable to me. Oh shoot! Lime water, did you try it? Jamie, did you really try it or are you bullshitting me? Tell me the truth. Did you really try lime water? See, I didn't make it on time again, but I just got to the Ross likes to bottom part and I'm living for it. Felicia, I hope this is the only season we get to see the chocolate bar. And you know, the most puzzling part is the amount of effort that they try to make to sell it as if it is legit. That's what's killing me. You know, they're really doing their best to have everyone on board be like, yes, but they signed it. Yes, they always have it with them. I saw a comment from someone saying, for everybody talking about the chocolate bar, I saw it in Georgia's bra. And I was like, yes, after she finished lip sync, which means that everybody left the main stage. They spent half an hour discussing about what to do, and then everybody came back with their chocolate bar. So, just that we don't see that. Jamie, yes, I'm really drinking it right now. Do you see it? Do you see it? And if it's sparkling water, it also infuses much faster. There you go. Aris Lamb, is Mamaru really going to sell those Choco Bar after the season ends? I think she will. Maybe not directly Mamaru, but probably World of Wonder. I mean, they sold worse shit on their site, so, you know. I wouldn't be surprised. God, but she already sells chocolate bars. The horn after they open the bar is criminal. It is. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. But still. I thought Diet Pussy, I thought the chocolate bars were reals. They are plastic. They are plastic. They spilled the tea during the Roscoe viewing party, which also makes sense because think about it. If you are supposed to basically wear them, they would just melt. Didn't Bob or Monet say on Siblings Rivalry that they had bought one? I don't know. Nora, I need to buy a lime for next week to get into this fantasy? Probably. Probably. Gothboy, the bars are separate from the box they're in. All the girls on stage ripped them open, but Cornbread showed it was separate. Yes, of course. Of course. And then there is this thing with the sticker. I mean, yes, you sign the sticker, but baby, you can always remove them, apart from opening them on the side. It's all a bunch of bullshit. I mean, I can be okay with a ton of different things. Just don't try to bullshit me. You know? And this is the way that I also relate to other people. Just don't bullshit. Be honest. People will understand limitations. People will understand a ton of different things. Just don't try to bullshit people, you know? Just come at the beginning of the season and tell me, listen, by, I don't know, episode 45, Mamoru will sit on a table, have an heartfelt talk with all of the queens, and then she and only she will decide that someone will come back. It's okay, I appreciate that. Just don't try to bullshit me with this bar thing. It makes no sense. It really makes no sense. Emily, they don't even get chocolate for being eliminated. They used to get. Do you remember that RuPaul miniature that they used to get? They don't get that anymore, and I think that's because some queens have been selling them, like for a ton of money, so they don't get them anymore. Can you believe it? It's like a memento from Drag Race, and people would pay very good money for those. Ready, I totally tried lime water next stream for my French fantasy. There you go. There you go. Get into it. Funny, yes. When did they stop getting the mini Ru statues? I think All Stars 4 was the last season, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But they stopped doing it. See, I'm also adding I'm an uneducated bitch to my personal repertoire. Jamie, Lady Candom can be like an EDM Earl Grey chocolate bar. What's an EDM? I think Monet said she keeps her in the bathroom. Well, that sounds like something that Monet would do. I agree on that. It sounds like Monet would do that. Oh, you're talking about the miniature. I thought you were talking about the chocolate. Like I keep the chocolate bar in the bathroom. I don't see Lady Camden with a C, Fantasia, needing it because she is gonna probably coast to the top. Well, stranger things have happened. I mean, Candy Muse was the second best lip syncer in the history of the franchise, so why not? Ooh, EDM is electric dance music. Thank you. Thank you. I have a feeling she's going to be the Jan of the season, where people say she's going to be robbed. Could be. Could be. And Candy didn't even know the words. Yeah, that's crazy. But she owned up to that. You know, she owned up to that. She said it. I didn't know the words. And that I appreciate. That I really appreciate. Alicia, I think Bosco is going to be the rosé of this season and slip into the top 4. I wouldn't complain about that. I like Bosco. He comes off as reserved, but still pretty much human. No, is not overproduced. I don't get that vibe at all. I really don't get it. Fantasia, you bitch. You bitch. Well, I envy you. I envy you so much. I would love some nuggets. I would really love some nuggets. But it is how it is. You know what's incredible? That this mousy cam even has night vision. And we paid like 30 euros on Amazon. It's amazing. I thought these things would cost at least 100. Nana, late to the stream, so sorry if you answered this already. With cornbread gone, who do you see in your top 4 now? Let me get back to the predictions because I forgot. Very quickly, I will also have it in the episode pack if you then want to see it properly. Angeria, Willow, and Carrie. And then a 4th one, which has to be a white bitch. At least it's in my fantasy. So that's the TLDR. A wind of gas. Georgia's mirror picture moment was a tutorial for the young viewers on how they can get on the show. There you have it. There you have it. I still don't understand how an underage kid is allowed to work in a place where the audience has to be at least 21, but the U.S., sometimes it's a strange place. Put mousy cam on the bingo card. Yeah, newer chips, thank you. Thank you. That's incredible. Newer chips comes with the night vision ability built in, so it doesn't cost you any extra like in the past. It's amazing. It's amazing. Does it everything automatically. The only thing that I don't like is that there's not an option to switch off the microphone. So I will have to open it and put in a manual switch in there because I don't really like that. Mm. Diet Pussy. Deja is the sweetest. She always replies to my messages on Instagram. And, you know, there are a lot of people who are really buying into this edit from Deja. They're like, yeah, but she said all of these things, and I had the complete different impression from her. I mean, she is not the kind of queen that I feel. I can award it in a way that doesn't sound like I'm shitting on. She doesn't have an appeal, okay, to me. But she looks like a really sweet person. That's the impression that I got. That's the impression that everybody seems to have by following her on social media. But this fucking episode, they edited her so bad, and something happened. Something happened. I'm telling you, something happened while filming. Because you don't do a 180 like that out of nowhere. Is there a chat in the Discord for the live stream? I'm going to head to bed soon, but I want to send over what I have so far for the bingo card. Well, we have a ton of different channels in the Discord, so wherever you want to join, and Fantasia can even create a new section. Just ask, because that's Fantasia's solution to everything. She's like, well, you know, when people ask for new thing, it's okay. I will just make a new channel, and that's it. I hope Deja doesn't get the Breda treatment. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that they knew that for this episode they didn't have anything, and so they just kind of took advantage of somebody who might be a little bit too gullible, a little bit too, you know, that you can manipulate more easily, and basically gaslit her a little bit. I think next week we're going to be back to normal when it comes to Deja's egg. Emily, my thought was that Carrie had the golden ticket. It was not only your thought, it was a ton of different people. I saw a ton of different comments, all saying the same. That is why she won. But that also implies that you're buying into the fact that the production doesn't do a switcheroo, which I believe they do, because it's much easier to do a switcheroo than having to edit and produce all around the season just because you allowed them to choose randomly. It doesn't make any sense. So, you know, and with Angeria coming and saying, well, I cannot tell you if we have to give back the bars to production at some point, well, you basically have your answer. So, although it's a good theory, it's a very good theory, but ultimately, I just cannot believe it because it doesn't really make sense. Okay, tell you what, I'm going to sleep. I'm going to bed. With some meta refining courtesy of the Three Deeps channel. Anyway, maybe this week I will find time to work on the Italy review. That would be nice for a change. It's 5:20 in the morning. It's definitely time for bed. But it was a nice chit chat. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. And I will try to have the episode for this thing as soon as possible. As usual, if you feel like dropping by, say hello, thank you. I appreciate it. It always works a little bit for this fucking algorithm. And other than that, I will see you back on Sunday. Same place, same times. Trying my best to remind myself to send links on Twitter, send links on the Discord. I forgot to put it on the Patreon, but whatever. Because you never know this notification thing, how it goes. So finger crossed from next episode. Let's hope we get a good one. Don't get triggered over UK versus the world. My prediction is going to be probably blue. They're probably going to send on blue, but don't take my word for it. So thank you so much for coming, and I will see you back on Sunday. And in the meantime, have a good night and have a nice week. See you soon, everyone.